welcome to the Masters Fitness Collective Championship 2022. I'm your host, Kyle Shipp. We're going to be together all weekend, getting a chance to celebrate this Masters community, getting a chance to see some amazing things that are going on. So you've been waiting for it all summer, all fall, and it's finally here, the Masters Fitness Collective Championship with some of the top masters from across the world. And here's the deal, is it's not just that it's the top masters from across the world. This is a genuine celebration of what's going on in the Masters community. We have so many amazing masters. They have come from all over the globe to compete here. You're also going to get a chance to see the RX divisions as well, because this is not only about the top, this is about all of the people that are doing fitness into their Masters ages. Now, we've also added a pretty awesome element to it this year. We're going to have a teams division, all right? Same-sex pairs, 30 to 39, 40 to 49, 50 to 59. And here's the thing, they're no slouches either. We have some amazing athletes that are going to be taking on some incredible events. So look, if you stick with us all weekend, you're going to have the opportunity to see some athletes do things that, let's face it, people that are half their age aren't able to do and aren't doing. And you're going to get a chance to see as they go through these amazing workouts. They're going to do some feats that are going to blow your mind. And really, they're just going to do some wonderful things that are showing what's going on in this community. All right, so we're going to be starting off on the Hero Barbell stage. It's going to be Fast and the Furious. So you saw at the games that we've started implementing the crossovers. Well, now we're going to do a handstand walk at various degrees based on the age divisions, a handstand walk into some single crossovers. So now we're not asking for the doubles like they did at the games, but it's going to be singles, and we're actually looking for a lot more consistency. So because of those singles, everything's going to be condensed down. So one trip, one fall on the handstand walk is going to cost you a lot more time in regards to the other people that you're competing against. So who is it that can stay within their race? Who is it that can stay within their own lane, stay focused, and just go unbroken? Now, with this, we're also using the RX Smart Gear rope, all right? You're going to see that it's got beads on it, so it adds a new element. There's a new element in terms of the crossover. There's a new element in terms of the weight and the way the weight is distributed. So I know RX Smart Gear does some amazing things, and they've been working hard on this. And so it came out at the games. We're seeing it here once again, really pushing the envelope. You know, one of the things that I've talked to Dave Newman about is the progression of the jump rope, progression of the double unders. Everybody was always calling for the triple unders to be the next progression, when really there's a lot more things that go into this, and we get a chance to see that right here, right now. Hey, after we see the individuals start off, we're going to be right behind me with the teams. The teams are going to be taking on a long chipper that's actually a callback to one of the very first workouts that showed up in 2020 here at the Masters Fitness Collective Championship at their inaugural competition. So, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody watching, we're so excited that you've come to join us. We're excited to get started here in a minute. You can see all the action behind me. We're going to get rolling very soon. Stick with us, and we'll be right back. All right, so here we go, starting off with the Masters 55 plus RX. So we've got a couple of different divisions here, but first off, just looking at it, you're going to see how amazing this is. We're going to start off with a bear crawl, all right? So a 100-foot bear crawl. So we're going to go down and back twice. And I tell you what, it's interesting when you look at CrossFit and you see the way that handstand walks play out. The bear crawl is actually it's a different stimulus, but really will tax the shoulders and really will hurt you. You can see that they've got to go on the 5-foot increment. So if you see some that are backtracking, you're going to realize that what's going on is maybe they came off too soon, maybe they didn't go all the way across the line. So we're going to start off with the 100-foot bear crawl. Most of our competitors are finished with that. And then we're just going to go into 100 Frevo rope single unders. So you see our RX Frevo rope that you've got the beads on, a little bit different weight than what we're typically used to in the competitive divisions. So you can see that as we're moving through, some moving pretty easily. The single unders are one of those things that we saw them at the games pop up, and at the games they popped up and actually gave some people some difficulty. So looks like we're just now getting back to we've got looks like Greg Petro definitely moving through these bear crawls real quick and is really pushing this timing. Greg Petro, we've got Bobby Clark next to him doing that just as well. Petro seems to be moving through and is finished. Wow, what a quick time at about 1.5 minutes, it appears like. Boy, we had in lane 16, we definitely had David Bailey. David Bailey coming across, looked like the rope was actually caught on him. So as he was doing his bear crawls, the rope was caught on him. We've got our ladies. Some of our first ladies are moving through as well into the bear crawls. Looks like Lana Mackern. If I messed that up, I do apologize. She seems to be moving pretty well through these. Looks like she's about to turn around for her final 25-foot length. But she's closely chased by Christina Paquette as she's moving through, really trying to push the pace here, really trying to see if she can get across. So it looks like lane 6 is finished. Definitely, and I appear to have missed some down there in 14 and 13. So Nancy Shapiro and Alice Cobb, they have finished. They finished fast, somewhere in the 2-minute range. This is a workout that you don't realize as difficult as it's going to be, even though it's moving so quickly. And so as we have some people starting to finish up now, you can just see the fatigue that's on the shoulders. I think with the extra weight of the Frevo rope, you can really feel the fatigue that is adding up as you move back into the bear crawls. And so now we get here, you've got, quite frankly, you got your butt up above your head and up above your chest. And so the breath is starting to become difficult as you're having to stabilize through the course. See, that's one of the things about the bear crawl that you see that is in common with the handstand walk is, yes, there is the tax on the shoulders. When you're in the handstand walk, there is the balance element, but also just the taxing of the core. Having to hold your shoulders and your body in a position as you walk is a very difficult task. So we see that Jacinto Bonilla just finished up, trying to beat the time cap. In lane 8, we've got Pat Rhodes. Pat is making her way down. We've got about 15 seconds. See if she can make the turn at 15 seconds. Not sure if she's going to be able to do it, but man, this is a lot of work to do in just a very short amount of time.
3, 2, 1.
Time cap. And there's the time cap. You see the first RX division makes it primarily all the way through. Only one athlete time capped, and I'm not sure how many time caps we're going to see as we go on through the rest of the event with Fast and Furious. So that was the 55 plus RX division, had a mix of male and female. So we're about to head into the next division, the 60 plus elite division. Once again, this is going to be a mix of male and female. But we're also going to start seeing some names that you're probably going to recognize a little bit. We're going to have Dave Hippensteel. Dave, obviously well known throughout Masters competitions as he has moved up and done well. Jim Pepper is another name that you will probably recognize. Stephen Becker. So we have some groups and some divisions that are really starting to show up. This is going to be interesting. So as we move into the elite divisions, even with the 60 plus, and this is a combination of both, we're going to have the 100-foot bear crawl or 25-foot handstand walk in 5-foot increments. So you can see that they're going to have the option of what they're choosing here. Based on past experience, I know that there will be some that they're itching to do a handstand walk. I know Dave in the past has been one that has pushed for the harder elements in the upper divisions, and so we're going to see. I don't know what he's chosen, so I'm not trying to put Dave on the spot, but we're going to see how it functions. Then they're going to go into the 25 Frevo rope single crossovers. So now we're going to start bringing the crossovers back. So one open and then one crossed over. We'll be able to see that a little bit as they get started. And then we'll finish up once again with the 100 bear crawls, the 25 with the 25-foot, or excuse me, the 100 bear crawls or the 25-foot handstand walk. So you can see that it's kind of a give and take as you move into these divisions that have the option to choose between these. The 100-foot, if you have the opportunity to go down and back 4 times, you think you can do that quicker than just the one length, the 25-foot walk. Obviously, they're going to, they'll probably wind up figuring out what is best for them. But you see the different length elements that we're going to be bringing in here. So we'll be right back with the 60-plus elite divisions. And that's the start of our 60 plus, largely many of them 65 plus elite divisions. You can see I called it out. You've got Dave Hippensteel going for the handstand walk. Looks like he gets 20 of the 25 feet. He's got 5 more feet to go. as he's trying to finish those last 5 feet, finishes them. So you can see he finishes at about the same time as many of the other competitors. So really the timing, it fits. It plays out over here on the Hero barbell stage, going with the crossovers, the singles, one single, one regular single, and then one cross. And you can tell that they've been working on it. They've been going. As I wanted to point out, Matt Bell is choosing the handstand walk as well, kicking up and is 15 feet through. Seems to be struggling with those last couple, so we'll see. Oh my goodness! So we already have some people moving back into the bear crawls as they have finished up. In lane 12, we've got Steven Becker really moving through this. I mean, my goodness, he's going to finish this in about a minute and a half. As some of the ladies have already finished in lane 18. Lane 18, we've got Odine Eason. Didn't even have a chance. She moved so quick, I didn't have much of a chance to even talk about her. As we see them moving quickly through, really, again, this, much like the last heat, we've got many of the people finishing in about a minute 30, not really looking like it's going to be too much of a time cap issue as Denise Moore crosses the finish line as well. Seems that in lane 19, Susan Provoznak. Susan finished pretty quick as well, as we have some people still finishing up. You can see Dave Hippensteel back here coming through. I tell you, that's pretty impressive that he gets all the way back down to the 20-foot mark after doing the single crossovers as well as the handstand walk earlier. Lane 9, Jim Pieper just finishes. So a good finish for him, ending quickly. Lane 5, we've got Susan Wallace crosses the finish line. Here comes Dave Hippensteel across the finish line. Then in lane 11, we've got Rick Shamus as he is down and back. Looks like he has a couple more trips to make before he's finished up. Got Matt Bell back to the handstand walk, kicking up, trying to get that last handstand walk. He's still got about a minute and 20 seconds. So as he's finding that balance, probably has an opportunity to take a little bit of time. I think as you start to look around at what's going on, we see him, he moves back real quick. Be nice for him maybe to step up and take a breath. So that's 5 feet. See if he can give himself just a little bit of a breather. I know it's always one of those interesting things in CrossFit, the balance between how much rest do we need to take between some of these very difficult movements and just pushing forward. I think when it comes especially to the stabilizing movements like a handstand, anything, handstand push-up, handstand walk, you really see the balance trying to figure that out. Matt's doing a good job of really trying to get his hands across the tape to get it down before those feet come down. So as he's gets a no rep there. In lane 4, we got Pat Wynn still trying to finish up. Got a chance to talk to Pat a little bit yesterday as she was coming in, so that was always fun to be at the check-in, start to get to talk to the athletes, and really just see their excitement. Pat was one that came in and was excited. She had a big smile on her face. So looks like we're going to be wrapping up in 3 seconds. Oh, man, Matt just couldn't quite make it. But smiles all around, so a really good job. I tell you, so especially when we start looking at the timing there. Obviously, as we drop in age a little bit, we're going to start seeing the handstand walk lengthen. But I tell you, I'm thinking that right around that 2-minute mark, as we continue to move forward, is a heck of a time. We've seen people push with the bear crawls in the minute and a half mark. And handstand walks, I don't think are going to be too much else of an issue. I just think that the 50 crossovers as we move is going to start showing that it's going to take a little bit more time, not a ton. I think we've got a lot of people that are practiced. Obviously this movement came out of the games, and so people have been practicing. Anything that comes out of the games, you watch, you pay attention, and you start practicing. That's exactly what's going on. So we're moving in next. The 60-plus elite men are taking the field. So we're going to see a lot of the 60 to 64 men. Once again, with several people that are recognizable if you've been at the games, if you have paid attention to Masters Fitness. I think one of the big names that you're going to see is Gus Vandervoot. He was 8th at the games this year and multiple-time games athlete. So this year he took 8th. 2021 he took 4th. 2018 he took 10th. 2017 he took 11th. So you can see Gus has kind of made a place at the CrossFit Games, whether it be in Carson or Madison, and honestly soon to be Alabama, as that was just announced. So Gus is kind of a stable thought there. But see, we don't just have Gus; we also have Tony Tursky. Tony, 2nd at the games this year. Tony's going to be in lane 16. So 2nd at the games this year. And this is his first trip back since 2017 in the 55 to 59 division, but had 2014, 2016, and 2017 all at the games as well. So you can see that we have some people that are staples at the games, regulars at the games. So we're going to see where this goes. They are still in the option to choose the bear crawls or the handstand walks. So as they're getting set up, we're going to take a quick breather and come back whenever we get the clock started. So 3 seconds as they get started. You see all the men packed into the little bit of a false start, clock malfunction. You see all the men packed in the middle of the floor on the Hero barbell stage here. It looks like we've got 4 or 5 gentlemen choosing to do the handstand walk, and boy, let's see, lane 16. Lane 60, Tony Tursky. We just talked about Tony. Tony flies through those. Hey, lane 7, Gus Vandervoot. I think I might have announced him earlier. Gus Vandervoot and Tony Tursky coming out quick. In lane 4, you've got Bruce Marco. Lane 5, David Hoffman, moving well. And so you can see that as we're moving through these, some of the gentlemen have a pretty good rhythm and are moving through this in a hurry. Oh my goodness! And so you've got Tony Tursky. Tony hops back up and is down the lane. Is going to finish this in about a minute. Okay, so with my discussion of a minute and a half earlier, clearly I was a little overexcited. You can see that we've got the bear crawlers coming back, and moving as quickly as you possibly could think. Greg Beams is flying through this bear crawl as he now comes across the line. Gus Vandervoot comes across just in front of him. We had Keith Williams finished very early, really moving through this workout well. Looks like Mark Peters is coming back for his last 2 bear crawls. Looks to be in a pretty close race with Stanley Wood as they are both trying to finish up. You can see those arms getting heavy. A little bit slower in the cadence on the hands as both now finish. And both are on the finish mats. We've got in lane 10 Michael Day. Michael Day is coming around. I think he just started those bear crawls. You can really see the fatigue that's building up, the fatigue that's becoming an issue as we go further into this workout. All right. Oh, Michael was going back to the rope. He was all excited. He wanted to start another round. The judge had to step in and tell him, "I'm sorry, Michael, you only get to do 1 round of this, buddy." In lane 12, we've got Mike Ware. Mike coming through, trying to get those crossovers down a little bit. as well as Thomas Isbicki in lane 15. It's one of the interesting things that as you go through, you put yourself in a competition setting, and these become infinitely more difficult, just depending on the amount you've been able to train them, and also in your background. I think there's a lot of people that grew up jumping rope, that grew up learning how to do these, and so some of this is a callback. It may take a little bit to knock the rust off. And so you'll see that some people have done this plenty of times before, and some people are learning maybe even for the very first time, as we're coming up to about 45 seconds left in this workout. Mike Ware back on the handstand walk, trying to get these last 25 feet finished. Might have kicked up a little quick there, as you can see with the fatigue. Still struggling, got 30 seconds left. Would really like to see him stand up and take one really good deep breath here. As he 5 feet down, about 9 feet, can't quite get to that second lane. Still have Thomas Isbicki in the background, still jumping, trying to get those double under, or those single crosses down. Seems to be making his way through, as Mike is using those legs to lean forward. He's 15 feet down, see if he can get another 5 feet. Looks like he got that last 5 feet to get to 20 feet right in time, right as time hits. So you see a quick workout top to bottom, really moved through that well, as you have Tony Tursky taking that workout just absolutely flying in about a minute. So our next heat, we have the 55 to 59 elite ladies coming up. So about a minute left before this workout starts. And this is a field that is littered with games athletes. You're going to have Colette Cowan, who finished 15th in 2021. Betsy Vanderbaugh finished 8th in 2021. Anne-Marie Hubbard finished 4th in 2021. And Amy Mandelbaum is a many times games athlete. She finished 15th in the semis this year. So if you remember and you're familiar with the way that the Open went this year, went from the Open to the quarters. Then from the quarters, the top 30 qualified into the semis, and then the top 10 qualified into the games from there. So we have many athletes. Anne-Marie Hubbard finished 16th in the semis this year. Amy Mandelbaum finished 15th in semis. Amy is an athlete that has a lot of games experience. Took 4th in 2012, 4th in 2013, 5th in 2014, 10th in 2015. Those are all in the 45 to 49 division. And then 2017, she took 8th. And so now we see Amy back out here on the floor, getting ready. You're going to have Amy Mandelbaum in lane 7. You're going to have Colette Cowan in lane 6. You'll have Anne-Marie Hubbard in lane 9. So as you see, we're coming out. So we have some. Oh wow! Most of the field is choosing the handstand walk. In lane 3, we've got Jane Orovich. She is choosing the bear crawl as she's moving through, and most of the field is moving through the handstand walk. I've got down and back, so we're now into the 50-foot handstand walk. 50-foot handstand walk with the 50 Frevo single crossovers. So Anne-Marie Hubbard in lane 9 appears to be leading the way, closely followed by Cheryl Boyd. And so now on to the jump rope. First two ladies on the jump rope. We also have Cheryl Serafini on the jump rope as well. Oh man! And so you could see Anne-Marie Hubbard really with a good rhythm, but man, she's got those arms going wide. Got those long arms as she's getting a good crossover. In lane 10, Betsy Vanderball with a little bit different technique. You can see her hand staying close, her hand staying low. And so Anne Marie is just ripping through these like they're not really even there. So we're going to see we're past the minute mark now. So we're looking more at probably in the 2.5 as we start seeing some hands go up. And so yeah, Betsy Vanderball hand goes up. Anne Marie Hubbard now finished, taking a couple of breaths before she gets back. We can see the toll that did take, especially with those big arm swings that she was taking. We got Anne Marie Hubbard going as she is a little bit slower than last time, trying to gain her balance, but still looking good, still holding a good position, and goes with that 25-foot unbroken section as she turns around to come back, being chased down once again by Jane Orovich as she is choosing the bear crawls, coming back. So Anne Marie is looking to come back and finish this workout before it appears many others have gotten off of the jump rope, and she does. She finishes in about 2:15. Quite impressive. Seeing her move through that, especially with the handstand walk. So now we have Betsy Vanderball back to the handstand walk. Comes up as she starts, gives the has to come down before the 5 feet, and you see that a lot. Once again, we see a similar thing with Leanne Greer. Just needing to take a little bit of time. She steps back, takes a breath. In lane 14, Cheryl Serafini gets those first 5 feet down. Steps back, takes a breath, and now is moving very well. Good body lean, comes down after 10 feet, battling Betsy Vanderball. They're both 15 feet through. Got Lynette Trowy. So Lynette Trowy, excuse me, coming through and with her handstand walk really begins to take some. Oh, excuse me, that's Leanne Greer. Leanne Greer comes through, starts taking some big chunks from the handstand walk, starting to have some trouble. So we're going to have a pretty close race between Betsy Vanderball. Oh, Betsy stays up. Oh, Betsy comes down. So we have two in a race, Leanne Greer and Betsy Vanderball trying to get across first. Betsy comes across first, gets on the mat. After Leanne really made a lot of ground on that first handstand walk, we see them both come down with about 5 feet left, and Betsy was just able to get up and get finished a little bit quicker. We got Cheryl Serafini trying to get as far as she can through this, trying to stay ahead of the others that are around her, and finishes. So there's the time cap. A pretty close race, with the exception of Anne Marie Hubbard just absolutely running away with it, ripping through it. So you can see that as we increase what the distances and the difficulty, obviously, yes, our time caps are looking a little bit closer. We had several minute and a half early, but now we come back. Now we're going to have the 55 to 59 elite men coming up in just a moment. So about 5 seconds until our elite 55 to 59 men take the floor. As we head in, everybody kicking up for those handstand walks. You can definitely see so different pacing that's going in, but everybody's pretty steady to this point as several reach the turnaround point all at the same time. Looks like in lane 17 we've got Rob Lowe. No, I'm sorry, that's lane 18. Lane 18 with Trevor Richards finishing first, getting onto that rope. I tell you what, getting here early is going to be a big assist. But if you can stay steady on this rope and find a good rhythm where you're not kicking but really moving, I'll tell you in lane number 20. I don't have someone in lane 20, so I'm not sure who that is, but has a great rhythm, a great cadence as he's moving around through that. Really looking good. That may be possibly Jim Conley. It looks like there's nobody in lane 19, so maybe we just got bumped over one lane. So possibly Jim Conley. Looks like he's got a good rhythm going. In lane 5, you got Frank Curto really moving well through these as well. Frank's one of the larger competitors here on this field. He's got I talked to him yesterday. He's got big, broad shoulders, so that rope's got a long way to cross over. You got Jason Martin next to him. Jason Martin finishing on the double, or excuse me, the crossover. Boy, I keep wanting to call them doubles. The crossovers quickly finishes first and has a 10-foot lead before it appears that anyone else is finished. 20-foot lead. 25-foot lead. Boy, he is really moving through this well. Got to get back. Give me another unbroken section here as we're trying to finish off this workout. However, back in lane 20, who I believe is Jim Conley, he is down and back, and he's moving very well. He's got a great cadence. Lane 16, Patrick McCarty. Patrick McCarty, a former Games athlete in 2013 and 2014, is really got the handstand walks going, as now he comes and finishes across the line. So he appears to take second in a great job. Really, actually, not really coming out of nowhere, but definitely stayed steady throughout the whole thing. Was never really in front until he gets towards the end. But in lane 6, we've got Jerry Paulson. Or is that sorry, excuse me, that appears to be a judge sitting there. So, but in lane 4 we had Don Martin. Don finished first, moved through it very well. So we've got lots of others now on the handstand walk, really trying to finish through these. Some just trying to get 5 foot at a time. Some really trying to go all the way through. We have, I believe, maybe Rob Burnett. Once again, a little bit of a different lane configuration here. So that might be him. In lane 3. We've got Jim Raymond. Jim Raymond is trying to get to that 25-foot mark to get turned around, as we have several others starting to come across. Lane 16, we've got Patrick McCarty. Excuse me, that's lane 60. Okay, so there's Patrick McCarty just finishing. I think I was talking about Patrick earlier. You'll forgive me on that one. Lane 15, we've got Kurt Revels. As Kurt Revels is trying to get across, he's got 30 seconds left, gets across, finishes. We just see in lane 14, Mark Zilakowski kick up. Mark is a former Games athlete. 2019 took 10th in the 50 to 54 division. So Mark trying to get as far as he can. He's got about 10 seconds left, trying to get as far as he can, as we've got a whole group that are trying to come back and finish up. We've got Jim Raymond. Jim Raymond gets across just in time before the time cap. So you see a spread out field, but a field that actually got pretty far into this workout before we started to hit the time cap. Next heat is going to be a male-female mixed RX division with our 50 to 54 division. So about 10 seconds left before we start this 50 to 54 mixed heat. We've got your RX males and females. In the individual RX division in these age groups, we start to see you've got to do a 25-foot handstand walk in 5-foot controlled increments. Already seeing some no reps, got to start both those hands behind the line. Then followed by 50 freevo rope single crossovers, and then finishing it up with that 25-foot handstand walk with 5-foot controlled increments. So we see a lot of several of the men are back now. Some still trying to kick up as we're really feeling this line, this handstand walk, as we have some that are comfortable with it and some that are not. You can see in lane 14 we've got John D'Alessandro as he is ripping through those, really moving well. Lane 16, Steve Gibson. Lane 17, Michael Munzingo. Getting back to the rope now, we've got lane 18 with Pete Petrilli. And we have the ladies. The ladies are really working through these handstand walks. We have the leader right now is lane 6, Isabel Barenci Ruiz, as she is 10 feet back on her way back. So we've got 35 feet down. Well, and she actually, it's just the 25 feet, right? Yeah. Okay. So I was questioning myself even. So just 25 feet. She did an extra 10 feet just for good measure, and now begins on those single crossovers. And she kicks a little bit early. In lane 2, we've got Carrie McLean as she is moving now into the single crossovers. In lane 18, Pete Petrilli really moving through these well. He's using as we have seen, kind of the longer arms, bigger stretch, as we have three men kicking up all at the same time, trying to finish off this race. It appears that Michael Munzingo really has the handstand walk down, kicks right up, finishes it, wins the event. Well done. As the other two, you can see that going from these crossovers and then moving into the handstand walk, you just have so much fatigue on the shoulders. It's difficult to just go straight into it. We realize the high levels that competitors get to. You watch the games or whatever you may be watching, you see some of these professionals as they kick straight up out of a large group of double unders or now the single crosses, and you can see the toll that it's taking on people, as we're just working down the floor in 5-foot increments, doing very well with that. The ladies, we have some, looks like we're still working through the single crosses, and let's see, in lane 8, we've got Mickey Shelton. Mickey Shelton celebrating another 5-foot increment, which is awesome. I think that's the thing, is it's not to be missed. These are the 50 to 54 RX group. And so we say RX, I mean, they are doing things in the gym that many people are not able to do. I mean, you see someone come out here and walk 5 feet on their hands, and you just have to ask yourself, how many people do I know that are in their 50s that are out doing handstand walks? And this is a group of men and women that are doing it right here. And so to see the celebration from Mickey was a lot of fun. As we have a couple of the ladies back after their double unders, you can see that we've got Carrie McLean and we've got Carrie McLean and Isabel Barenci Ruiz, as they are just both trying to, I don't want to say inch their way, but 5-foot increment their way to trying to pull out this lead, as Isabel appears. Oh, no, didn't get that second hand across. So we have these guys. Time cap there. We see a lot of great races and a lot of push. As once again, I hate to beat this into the ground, but when you start talking about not even just the elite, but the RX divisions that are out here and doing the double crosses and doing the handstand walks, things that people, quite frankly, half their age are not doing. So next we're going to be moving into the 50 to 54 male, not the male. Looks like I jumped in. 50-54 female elite. There you go. I've got myself jumping ahead. 50-54 female elite coming up in just a moment. So we've got the 50 to 54 elite ladies starting in 10 seconds. And so really looking forward to this. See how this starts off. Kicking straight up into the handstands. And boy, down there in the end in lane is that lane 18? I believe it's lane 18. Terraphilian moving through this really with a commanding lead at this point, followed very closely with Tammy Saunders. Yeah, Tammy Saunders said so in lane 17. So now we have in lane 8, Cindy Hinkle coming back. Cindy really getting started, once again using the long arms technique. Cindy is a former Games athlete from last year, 2021. She took 4th in the 50 to 54 division, so this division that she's currently competing in. Finished 13th in the semis this year, so 13th in the world after a trip to the Games last year. We'll go ahead and call that a successful year, as well as we've got lots of ladies now. We still have a couple that are working on those handstand walks, trying to get down and back. But we've got lots of ladies that are moving through these. I see a lot of people really using this long arm technique. So really wanting to maybe maximize the momentum. Now as we have some that are starting to kick back up, we see down in lane, is that 15, Mindy Hoffman? I can't tell if Mindy is working on her first or second round. So Cindy Hinkle back in the Cindy Hinkle back in the lead as she's moving, but definitely has some company down there from Tara Fillion at the end, and Tara appears to be taking the lead. Tara stands up, turns around and kicks right back up as Cindy takes a little bit of a breath and goes. Let's see if anybody can pick up the pace just a little bit. Tara really trying to finish this out strong as Cindy, looks like Tara falls with about a foot left. Cindy trying to maintain the unbroken, and she does. Cindy finishes, comes from behind thanks to a fall from Tara. Lane 17, Tammy Saunders crosses the line. And then in lane 12, you've got Julie Schaefer crossing the line. So lots of people starting to cross now. Denise Alba finishing up. So quite a race there at the end between Cindy Hinkle and Tara Fillion. Now in lane 9, you got Dana Mather crosses the line and finishes up. So it appears we don't have anybody that is extremely close to finishing, as they're trying to, appears about 15 seconds it looks. So we have in lane 6, we've got Carrie Evans turned around heading back. Carrie Evans. Oh, still 1 minute. Oh, excuse me. I was jumping the gun just a little bit. As we got Carrie trying to make her way back, finishing up lane 7. We've got Carrie Waite. Carrie Waite finishes about 3 minutes and 17 seconds. In lane 10, we've got Darlene Reed. Darlene trying to get another 5 feet as she's shaking those arms out, kicks back up. In lane 6, Carrie Evans crosses the finish line. As we're coming close to the end, oh, tough fall there. Tough fall there at the end of the lane. I have done that before, doing the competition, pushing yourself as far as you can, and then those arms just get heavy, and you just go down. These floors are not all that soft. The mats they're just rubber matting on top of concrete. So we're heading into, after a great race between Cindy Hinkle and Tara Fillion, we are now moving into the 50 to 54 elite men in just a moment. So just about 5 seconds before the 50 to 54 men get started. A large field of athletes, not just in terms of how much room they take up across the floor, but this is just a large group of men as well. And so to see these guys jump up, kick up on their hands, and start walking is, well, it's quite impressive. So, boy, lane 15 just absolutely flying through the handstand walk. You got Robert Davis. Robert already working on his crossovers. You've got Kenneth Thomas. Kenneth now working on his crossovers as well, started just behind. And now Joe Consolini as he begins as well. So we've got several people out there working on their crosses. Really pushing the pace. Looks like nobody's going at a breakneck speed, just trying to stay consistent, stay constant, moving well. So we've got lane 4, Daniel Dufour, makes the turn and is heading down. I got a chance to talk to Daniel yesterday. Daniel's out of Montreal, and so he was schooling me as best he could on his name. I will say, though, my Texas raising at times makes the French pronunciations of some of these words, some of these names a little difficult. I had fun with that yesterday. As we have, it appears down there in lane 19, William Lohide back on his hands. And in lane 11, we've got Kenneth Thomas. Kenneth having to shake off the jump rope, gets a no rep, turns around as he's shaking off the jump rope, hands didn't get behind the line. So now he comes back. He just kicked up so quickly that he carried the jump rope right with him. And Kenneth wins the event. Does a great job in the process as well. Lane 10 right next to him, we got Joe Consolini kind of getting pulled right along with him as right in the middle of the floor. Lanes 10 and 11 are your first finishers. Really moving through quickly. Didn't overdo the crossovers, though. I think that's the important thing, is that the athletes that are looking smooth and steady on the crossovers are the ones that are doing well. Now in lane 19, William Lohide, he finishes. And so now we have 3 across. Lane 5, Derek Tharp comes across now. So starting to have several finishers, as we've got several that are starting to make the turn as well. Gerald Smith gets that 25 feet down and is turning around now as he's heading back. And in lane 14, Ray Blanton is steadily making his way. He's got about 2 feet left, get across that line. There we go. Finished up. So Ray Blanton finishes up. As we have a couple making the turn now. Andy Adrian trying to finish up those single crosses. Doing a good job. Finishes up there. Now he can move into the handstand walks. Finish this workout up. See if he can get across in time. We've got about a minute left. So we got about 60 seconds as he's trying to cross that. Lane 7, Greg Anderson. Starting to making the turn, heading back. Got lane 17, Tim Anderson, making the turn as well. All right, so Gerald Smith comes across the finish mat now. As we now look like we're trying to have a few that are starting to make their way. You can obviously see the balance. The core stability is just about gone. Trying to propel themselves forward. You know, once you get upside down and you get kind of stuck in that straight up position, it's very difficult to move forward. Let's see, did they give him? Looks like Tim didn't quite get across the line. Oh, that's tough. I think he had one hand across the line and one not. That's all right though. He was still ahead of the people that were still on the floor with him. So whether he crosses the line or not, he's not going to get punished either way. So a great heat in the 50-54. Saw a great race right in the middle with Kenneth Thomas and Joe Consolini. Really moving through that well. We're not the first ones off of the handstand walk to begin with. I think even with the short workout, we see that the steady and not coming out too quick works for them, works well. Moving into the 45 to 49 female RX division. So got these ladies taking the floor and hitting this workout in just a couple of moments. So we've got about 30 seconds until we start the 45 to 49 female RX division, but want to talk about the sponsors just real quick. Obviously, we're here on the Hero Barbell floor with our first workout of the weekend. We also have Strike Movement, Train Clothing, Victory Grips. We'll have a workout on the Victory Grips competitor floor as the week goes on. We've got Compete Force and RX Smart Gear. Also want to thank Rogue and Yeti and RP Renaissance Periodization. So those are some of the sponsors that we have here. Hopefully you'll continue to take a look. We'll continue to talk about them as the week goes on. But now we start off with the RX, the 45 to 49 ladies RX division, as we've got, once again, we still are in the 25-foot handstand walk. You can do 5-foot increments, don't have to go unbroken all the way just yet. Then 50 Freebo crossovers, and then back to that 25-foot walk. So we've got a three-way competition right now with Jennifer Nagy, Laura Mole, and Lesha Vozabul as they are moving through these. You can see Lesha down on the end in lane 3, really staying nice and smooth. Lane 6, Jacqueline Stewart with a nice pace as well. She looks nice and relaxed as she's going, nothing too heavy. You see the shoulders nice and relaxed. She's got her hands nice and low with a good rhythm. In lane 9, Monica Stein is also doing a great job as she is moving through. Takes a little bit of a break now, but gets right back to it. So lane 4, we've got Cal Christine Calvanese as she is kicking up, trying to get a couple of feet. That's all right. We're going to keep working on that. As Gypsy McVicker is also next to her, trying to get a couple of feet as well, just trying to find that balance, get propelled after we find that balance. That's always the interesting thing, learning how it is that we go from standing to walking forward and moving. All right, here we go. So in lane 3, we've got Lesha moving back into the handstand walk. She kicks up, gets a real quick 5 feet. So I think that's good that she gets that, gets it under her breath. Looks like she's moving 5 feet at a time. Jacqueline Stewart now 10 feet down the lane. I believe that's her first, possibly. I'm not sure. It may not be, actually. This may be a little bit of a race here as Lesha is trying to get across that line, finishes, heads back to the finish line, and wins the event. And so we have, okay, yeah, absolutely. And so Jacqueline Stewart finishes right behind Lesha with Jennifer Nagy right behind them. So a definite race as we saw that. I tell you what, that got definitely did get tense as we saw two very different techniques though. So Lesha Vozabul really moving through and just trying to get 5 feet at a time any way that she could. With Jacqueline Stewart though, really keeping those legs straight, keeping that form tight. Wasn't moving quite as fast, but maybe moving just a little bit steadier, but just couldn't quite catch Lesha in the end. So now as we are into the later parts of this workout, I'll tell you what, I unfortunately, I think as I was talking about that, I think Monica Stein has finished, and so did the jump ropes, and I must have missed her handstand walk. Boy, she did a great quick handstand walk if she did. So for anybody here that is watching Monica, I'm sorry that I missed her handstand walk. Maybe she just did it too quickly. So we see lane 8. We've got Laura Mole. Laura is making her way through those double unders as we have Virginia Rushing, Tammy Hiley, and Stacy Northey, as they are just trying to chip away a little bit at this handstand walk, just get a little bit at a time, really trying to find that balance. Down here in lane 4 and 5, the same thing, Christine Calvanese and Gypsy McVicker. It appears now that in lane 8, Laura Mole is, wow, boy, Laura is really moving through this. So maybe had a little bit of an issue with the jump rope, but man, really moved well through the handstand walk. Finishes right at the end. I tell you, that's a great feeling. You work hard and beat the time cap, even if you're not trying to beat somebody else at that moment. Beating the time cap is just one of those things that I think as CrossFitters is, it's ingrained in you that's what you want to do. And so it's not me versus you, it's me versus me versus the time cap. So we've got the 45 to 49 men, RX men taking the floor here shortly. We'll get started in just a moment. All right, judges are ready, athletes are ready. We've got 3 seconds until we get started. We've got the 45 to 49 men RX division coming out. Holy moly. And let's see, in lane, is that 16? Lane 16, JR Jacquet. See what he gets. Yeah, JR Jacquet flies through the handstand walk. Not even a problem for him whatsoever. Lane 10, Joe Boldebuck is coming as well. I tell you what, I'm not sure at this pace. He's doing great, but I'm not sure at this pace he's going to catch JR. JR, it appears, is trying to push that 1 minute barrier as he is really moving through. We've got lane 13, Peter Brown, also on the jump ropes, moving well, kicking through. I got to tell you, I'm very interested to see how quickly JR comes off of these crosses, though. He looks like a pro here. He's been doing this forever. As you have, let's see, in lane 12, Tim Davis comes back to the crosses as he's making through. JR coming down now. Small steps, but moving really quick, balanced well as he is heading back and has an easy win. I say easy win. Easy in terms of how much quicker he finished than everyone else, but definitely did a great job on the walks, did a great job on the crosses. This was a great workout, nice little wheelhouse workout for him as he finishes here. So and here's the deal, is we're only a minute and a half in. We've already had someone finish. We've got several here. It's funny how after all of the workouts that we've had, that might have been the quickest. And so now is about when we start to see the race really taking place. So we have lots of people. Let's see, in lane 10, we've got Joe Boldebuck kicking back up. So kicking back up, as in lane 13, you've got Peter Brown. Peter Brown comes across the line. Joe Boldebuck comes back, finishes up the workout. So we've got, it appears, 3 people have finished, 3 people have crossed the line, as we now have Sky Van Horn heads back for his single crosses. Waiting to see a hand come up from someone who's been on the jump ropes. Just trying to get through this, just trying to stay steady and not push. Especially with a movement like this, a new movement, but as we've all experienced before, any movement in CrossFit that you start trying to do faster than you have practiced, faster than you're ready for, you're always going to have that little bit. And so when you start adding the adrenaline of competition, you start having the fans that are around, you're feeling the people next to you, you really start to feel the pressure to really try and speed things up. And so it's when you can stay in your own lane, stay in at your own speed, that you really see the success start to come. Let's see, it appears in lane 12. We've got Tim Davis. Tim is heading back. Looks like he's going to be finishing up here shortly. We got 5. Oh boy, a little stumble there from Tim. Tim saves it and now crosses the line and heads back for the finish line to cross it. And so Tim finishes in about 3 minutes and 20 seconds. We've got lane 15, Keith McNeil. Nice and smooth, moving through. Looks like he's just trying to knock these out and moves back into his handstands. All right, so Keith's got a little bit of time. Let's see how Keith does on these handstand walks. See if we can find a way to finish off this workout. He's got Sky Van Horn in lane 8, still working through the crosses. We've got Ryan Frucci. Ryan, I'm sorry if it's Frucci or if it's Fruchet. You know, the CH is always getting me, buddy. But he's working through the crosses. Looks like Keith's not going to be able to quite make it, but I don't think that's going to drop him any spots. But Keith makes it, does a great job. You can see, I got to tell you, JR, I'm still blown away. I've had about 3 minutes to process it. I'm still blown away by how fast JR did this. Was just moving through very quickly. As we move in now to the 45 to 49 elite women, as they take the floor, get set up, getting ready for these ladies. So 10 seconds out from the 45 to 49 elite ladies. A couple of names that you're going to recognize here. I would say I'm probably going to be keeping an eye on Danica Rolfe. I say that I've competed alongside Danica before. We went to the International Functional Fitness World Championships in Cairo, Egypt together. And when it comes to especially bodyweight exercises, you definitely got to keep an eye on Danica. Another one, Ada Keplinger, another one to keep an eye on. Ada is a 4-time Games athlete. 2015, 17, 18, and 19, took 8th in 2019. As we have, and there she is, right on cue, Ada, heading into the single crosses right next to Danica Rolfe. But down in the end, don't want to miss them. We've got 3 ladies in 14, 15, and 16. Shelly Deem, Mary McKnight, and Stephanie China all moving into their crosses as well. Now we have in lane 8, Jamie Kaufman joins them, as well as Amy Fernandez. So much of the field now on their crosses. And so really looking smooth. I'll tell you, one of the smoothest at the moment. All right, I've been working on this. One of the smoothest at the moment is Pa'ana Alapa'i. Pa'ana is from Hawaii. We had fun talking yesterday, and she is moving so well through this. Really doing a great job. As now we have Ada moving back into her handstand walks. So and does a pirouette. So no big deal. We're just going to walk down, pirouette, and then walk back. Looks like Ada's going to take the win pretty sufficiently here. Does a great job with this. Really finishes strong as she finishes in about a minute and a half. So that's kind of that minute and a half area that we were looking at. As lane 15, we've got Mary McKnight. I believe Mary is about to cross. Mary finishes, takes second in the event, does a great job there. And now we have several ladies that are on the handstand walk. Stephanie China, Shelly Deem, and Danica Rolfe is now coming back across. So we've got Danica and Stephanie China both trying to finish up. Looks like Danica is going to be able to get across the line first as Shelly Deem beats her just by a couple of seconds. Danica Rolfe finishing, and now Stephanie China finishing. I'll tell you, we have a lot of early finishes here. In lane 3, got Amy Fernandez is making her way down the floor now steadily. Lane 8, Jamie Kaufman kicking back up, seeing if she can get those last 25 feet. And Paani Alapai making her way with a good turn. Now Marianne Flannery, so we have Jamie Kaufman finishes. Marianne Flannery was still working on those crossovers. Got about a minute left as we're trying to make as much ground as we can. This is one of those where now with the elite division, you start seeing people really looking across. You don't know who's on what number as you're on these single crosses. You might start to feel a little bit of pressure as people start getting off and start doing their handstand walks. You start feeling that distance. It's important just to stay where you are, just trying to make as much ground as you can without trying to rush yourself. Lane 11, Marty Smith gets 25 feet. Looks like she's going to turn around. Gives a nice deep sigh and a chuckle. I'm not sure that she's excited to turn around yet. Definitely see them shaking out their arms, seeing the fatigue that is really starting to build. Dana Hazard, as she is moving down the lane, looks like she's trying to get turned around, maybe trying to catch somebody. Got a couple of seconds left. If she can get back up on her hands, maybe she can look at catching Michelle Tidwell. And looks like Marty Smith is going to distance herself. So that's it. I tell you, so from Ida Keplinger, a great job from her, a great event as she rips through the handstand walk and then just makes the single crosses look very easy. And then just for good measure, puts the pirouette, doesn't even come down on the handstand walk. But a great event. So now we've got the elite 45 to 49 women. Women are finished. The men are now coming up. So stick with us because we're also going to have a special guest join us. Give us a little guest commentary. All right, so we got about 10 seconds left. All right, so the 45 to 49 now kicking up as they head into this event, and some guys are absolutely moving to get started. Not a rest whatsoever as we turn around. I tell you, we have about 5-6 gentlemen all in a pack together, really going to start pushing each other. Lane 13, Lawrence Jacobs, and then lane 14, you're probably going to recognize him, Sean Ramirez. This is his first competition back. Sean, I got a chance to talk to Sean, had some great conversations with him about kind of the process that all this has gone through. As Sean was banned for a tainted supplement and we're going to get a chance to talk this weekend about a lot of the things going on. Don't want to spend too much time on it now with a short workout. Want to keep you up to date, but really excited to see Sean back. Sean, really beloved by the community. Everyone's happy. So we see now almost everyone, all but one, are back on the jump ropes. So you can see that as we're going, we don't have any hands up yet. Oh, we have one hand up from Sean Ramirez. So Sean kicks back up and is moving through the handstand walk. Really making sure that he distances himself. I know that talking to Sean, he is really motivated to come out. Lawrence Jacobs, known as LJ affectionately around here, really doing well as he's starting to keep up. Lane 7, we've got Chris Uberaga with really moving, trying to, looks like he's actually passing LJ. He's past LJ now. Going to be finishing up. Lane 6, Chris Raya is now turning around. Oh boy, and in lane 9, Ryan Redke with a great finish comes up and finishes well. Looks like Lawrence has to go back, finish those. Oh, he's got to go all the, oh, that's right. I got to go all the way back because it is an unbroken section. You have to go unbroken sections of 25 as he finishes. Lane 11, Chris Hall finishes up. Well, you can really see Lawrence after having to go back. Boy, those falls really are costly. Lane 8 and lane 6 both finished. Craig Robinson and Chris Raya both finished up. They actually sneak in, unfortunately, because of the fall from Lawrence. Lane 18, we got Carlos Montero finishes up. Now lane 16, Jason Tomlinson finishes up as well. So we can see, yeah, as we move in now into the elite, we have a 50-foot handstand walk. 25 feet of it has to be unbroken. So if you come down at any point, you have to go back to the start with the 50 Frevo single crossovers. So in lane 3, we've got Jason Bowers kicking back up. Jason was one of the later ones to get onto the crossovers, but now you see his proficiency in the crossovers has allowed him moving through in the handstand walks. Oh, and just can't quite get that finished. Lane 10, we've got Jason Ansley. Jason finishes up well as he moves through and really does a great job there at the end. In lane 12, Court Karen, probably Carone. Lane 17, Darren Skis. Darren's got to go back. Darren, unfortunately, wasn't able to complete the handstand walk. Yeah, we're really starting to see now these 25-foot unbroken handstand walks are really creating a different workout. It's an all-new workout when you can't fail and you have to go back so far. You know, when you have 5 feet and you fail, you go back and you're able to kind of start again. So as we finish up, Sean Ramirez with a statement coming back and flying through this workout. I know he was excited. I know everybody was excited to see him. But speaking of excitement, here you see obviously with the Frevo crossovers, we have the RX Smart Gear owner, chairman extraordinaire, Dave Newman. Dave's going to be joining us in just a moment as we get a chance to kind of talk about the function of the jump ropes, and some of the differences that we have. So stick with us. We're going to have him in about 30 seconds. Well, ladies and gentlemen, all right, so we're about to start with the 40 to 44 female RX division. And while we watch them and maybe even a couple other divisions, because I've got my friend here, I don't want him to go away too quick. I enjoy our conversations. We got Dave Newman. All right, Dave, so we're obviously using your jump rope, the Frevo RX, or the Frevo jump rope.
Yeah.
So talk about the jump rope a little bit, because this is a jump rope that, now I know CrossFitters, it's a little bit new. We're used to using, a lot of your jump ropes, but some others that are, kind of the wires, the smaller, trying to generate as much speed. What's different about this jump rope?
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. We're just bringing back a little bit of old school. Beaded ropes have been around forever. It's a good old school boxing style jump rope. We added a little spin like we do at RX, and we put it on nice handles with dual bearings. So you get a little bit of the old and the new, right? So
yeah. What effect is that going to have? As they're going through a workout that has handstand walks and these crossovers, is the jump rope going to have any different effect than usual?
A little bit in the sense that they're used to, most of these CrossFit athletes are used to a speed wire or some type of a cable that's very exact. You know what I mean? Like cable does exactly what you want it to do usually when you direct it. And this is a little bit floppier, a little looser, right? The beads are held together with a nylon string, so it's a different reaction. They gotta learn how to keep tension on it. That's the important thing.
Yeah. So so obviously this is not the first time we've seen crossovers show up. We saw them show up in the games. Now, we didn't see everybody using these though. Were they available to the athletes, or were they just having to figure it out with their other jump ropes? How did it work?
Yeah, so at the games, everybody got to use whatever they wanted. We had several games athletes that we're kind of partnered with that had these available to them, and happened to bring them with them to the games. None of us really knowing that they were going to show up, so that was a complete surprise to everybody. So now this was a nice opportunity to introduce it to the masters and give them the opportunity to start working a new skill as well.
Yeah. So okay. So then tell me this. So as we're watching, we see a lot of different techniques as people are trying to do these crossovers. We see some that are kind of keeping it tight down by their waistline, but then we also see some that have a real big arm swing. As we actually, I'll tell you, let me pause this for just a second talking to Dave, because we've got a couple that look like they're finishing up down on the end, really trying to put a push here at the end. Looks like maybe Tammy Thompson and Stephanie McConnell, as they are pushing on the last two lanes. What it looks like, so definitely Tammy Thompson. Looks like Tammy crosses, and then it looks like that's actually Sonia Chamberlain. Sonia coming across as she finishes. So we got first and second there with Tammy Thompson and Sonia Chamberlain. Really moving through the workout well. Down here now I don't know if you can see it on camera, but down here in lane one, which I guess might be Amber White. Looks like maybe a little bit of a lane change, but she just finished up, so it appears she takes third now, as we have lots of people that are starting to move into the last part of this workout, into the handstand walks. So we've got several that are kicking up together. So now here in the RX division, they can come down with in 5-foot increments, so they don't have to do the full 25 feet. Lane 10, we've got lane 10 finishes as she comes across in fourth. As we have two, boy, I tell you what, this looks like a close race here in lane 7 and 8. Lane 7 and 8, Christina McCamey and Chris Valencia. Looks like Christina finishes right in front of Chris. It was a close walk all the way down to the end. It was absolutely awesome as they battled it out, and Christina just was able to finish it off as she got towards the end there. Got 30 seconds left. We have some trying to finish. Looks like in lane 15 steadily. It appears that Nicole finishes up. Nicole Serrett finishes very, very well. About 15 seconds left. We have in lane 13, we've got Leah Jutsi is trying to get across that line. Got just a couple of feet left, crosses the line. Very nice. Love it with the jump and the fist pump as she finishes, as Leah gets across once again, beating the time cap. And that's exactly what we're looking for. So a great event, great heat there, lots of close races. As now we move into the 40 to 44 elite ladies. So 40 to 44 elite ladies coming up. All right, so as we're about to take on the 40-44 elite women, one, there's going to be a lot of names that you recognize. As we start to get into some of these divisions, we'll call them a little bit younger divisions, I guess. It's odd to say that in a Masters competition. But you're going to start recognizing a lot of names because you're going to start seeing some that you've seen at the games before in terms of team and open competition. And so we'll see that, and we're going to see some great races. And so now as we have maybe a couple of seconds here, I want to talk to Dave just a little bit again. So Dave, we talked about it, that we're seeing some different techniques, some long arms, short arms. What are you recommending for your athletes here?
Yeah, absolutely. We're always looking for economy of movement, right? Like less is more. So the more compact you can be, the more deliberate with your technique. What we're seeing is a lot of athletes that are they're trying to get the job done, right? Like so we're doing our best to get all the coaching and tutorials out that we can, so people can start learning some real efficient technique. But hey, they're working hard and they're learning a new skill, and we love watching it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you what, so talking about skill, in lane 9, Jen Ryan with a quick turnaround. Probably recognize Jen from Invictus teams and regionals, games teams. Jen going out, moving through it very well. Right next to Jen in lane 10 is Anna Tobias. So we've got a couple of games athletes right next to each other. Anna, obviously a 2018 and 2019 Masters champion in the 35 to 39 division, moving into a new division to take it on. 7-time CrossFit Games athlete, Olympic gold medalist. And then Jen Ryan, second at the games last year as a master, but also member of Invictus's games teams several times over. So you see that and I don't want to just focus on them. There's so many in this division. I mean, we got Aaron Carter. Aaron Carter, a 3-time games athlete, 2 times with a team, one with Pillar CrossFit and one with OPEX Red. So really moving through. Everybody is now on the jump ropes, now on the crossovers. And so as they move through this, once again, you see a little bit what Dave was talking about. You can see some Anna Tobias with the small circles with the arms. In lane 12, you've got Sarah Blunk with a little bit longer arms, but now Sarah in the lead. Anna trying to chase her down. Sarah with a very quick turnaround. Anna looks like she's going to do a very similar thing now as Jen Ryan trying to chase both of them down, moving very quickly. Looks like Sarah's going to finish. Sarah Blunk finishes, takes the win, and Sarah Sarah was 12th in the semifinals last year, and also a multi-time games athlete. 2018, most recently on regionals with Joko CrossFit. I mean, she has done 1 year of individual regionals competition in 2017, and then several years of team competition. Now, as we have some more finishers, more coming across in lane 5, we've got Allie Webster trying to finish it off, trying to hold off Denise Sierra. She does just right there at the end. And really a great race, a fast race. We saw an entire heat finishing in kind of that 2, sub-2. And so even now, we're still over a minute out with most of the field completed. As in lane 14, we've got Raylan Batdor finishing up. And lane 17, we just had Paula Causey finish cross the line, really moving well. Now in lane 13, we've got Lizzie Carson. Lizzie just finishing up now, very nice, gets that 25-foot section out of the way. So Dave, in talking about the economy of movement, why do you think it is that people are wanting to use those really big arm swings?
You know, that's pretty common actually. A lot of people that we coach at Power Monkey Camp and just around the world, even doing double unders and single unders, people tend to have big arm movements. And what we think it is that they're just kind of they're relying on their bigger muscles that they feel a little bit more connected with, right? And so our job is to try and strip that away so that they're moving efficiently. Jumping rope is really a more finesse move. You don't muscle it, you finesse it, and you really want to use the linkage in your arm between your elbow and your wrist and your fingertips. Those are the 3 that we really try and focus on, and you'll just speed up your movement and be much more relaxed and more efficient.
Yeah. So Fran Bowen trying to finish up, trying to beat that time cap, being cheered on by everybody, competitors and fans alike. We've got just a couple of seconds. Get across the line, Fran. Very nice. Fran finishes the workout, does a great job there at the end, and so what an awesome workout altogether. So next we've got Heat 15 coming up with the men 40 to 44 RX. So gonna continue to see some fast times, continue to see some awesome examples of fitness. All right, so back to the 40 to 44 men's division. So we are RX, so they can go 5 feet at a time, kick up, but I don't. I'm not sure how many of these guys are going to be using the 5 foot increments. So got lots of guys moving very well. Some very quick turns there in the middle of the floor. Tell you, that's how you can always tell who is comfortable. We had a little bit of a slip up there in lane 13, and so looks like now in lane 12. Jason Vanes is going to be our first to start, but followed very closely by Jason Anderson. Competed with Jason in 2020 at the Masters Fitness Collective event. That was a ton of fun. Got to know him, and I tell you what, Jason can move through some body weight movements. So that's great to see him out there really ripping through these. And lots of guys now. You see the rhythm that is coming on. Lots of different techniques. We have some that are hunched, moving as real quick. You can see if you can see lane 12, Jason Vanes really has kind of that forward lean to it. But then you can look down all the way in lane 3, Benjamin Wilmot. As he's tall, he's got those long arms as he moves. Obviously, he's a little bit longer. We've got two very different body types there. But Jason Vanes really moving through. Jason Anderson with the hand up as he's moving back into the handstand walk now, looking to really put some distance between himself and anybody that's going to be coming behind him. Oh man, as now we've got Jason Vanes, so 11 and 12. Trying to hold the other off, one trying to catch, as Jason Anderson just trying to stay consistent. Looks like he's probably going to finish this off unless something goes horribly wrong. Finishes it off, crosses the line. Jason Anderson with the heat win as Jason Vanes kicks up and coming back behind him. Oh, lane 4 snuck in on me. Brandon Bates down in lane 4 sneaks in takes second as Jason Vanes finishes. I was watching the race in the middle and missed there. And so then we have some finishers now, it appears. Jomir Terrero in lane 13. Jomir Terrero does a great job there, finishes off strong. Looks like in lane 18, Ryan Gill. Ryan Gill appears to be finished as we are now looking for the next group that comes and crosses the line. Lane 5, Brian Pieper, trying to get those 5 foot increments, finish this thing up. We've got a hand up down in the end. Can't see who that is.
Let's see if lane 15 be the next athlete to get it done. 10 feet to go. And now 5 more. 1 rep at a time.
Hand up for Eric Lelievre as he now moves into the handstand walk. Eric was another one of a French speaker that was trying to help me with his name, so hopefully I did you justice there, Eric. As Eric has a quick turnaround, does a great job. You can tell how comfortable he is on his hands here. Got a very strong position as he is just moving. In lane 2, we've got, Aristides Villarreal trying to get that last couple of feet. Eric Lelievre finishes strong in lane 8. All right, 15 seconds left here on the Hero Barbell stage. Hero being one of the main sponsors, providing obviously the stage, providing the barbells that we're going to be using.
3, 2, 1.
As we finish, come to the time cap. Several finishers, with several also catching that time cap. So that's the RX division with the Elite Men coming up next. Elite Men coming up next. Hey, don't forget about some of our other sponsors. We've got Train. You can go train.com. They are the clothing provider. Great clothing. Hope that you will check them out. Rogue with the equipment. You'll see that as soon as we move into the rig, you see this beautiful rig that we've got here in the middle of the arena. And also with, as we're talking about, RX Smart Gear, RX providing the jump ropes, sponsoring the workouts, obviously. So really several great sponsors. A lot more to say about them as the weekend goes on, as we are now heading into the Elite 40 to 44 men's division. All right, as we start with the men's 40 to 44 elite division, got a pretty good start here. Had a couple of trips right at the beginning. Got everyone making the turn now. Looks like Chris Anderson in lane 4 is leading the way. Remember, in the elite divisions, you have to have 25 feet unbroken. So a trip makes you go all the way back. We've got all 3 of the men down at the end, are kicking up and ready to go. We got Ryan Kolinsky, Robert Kramer, Ren Bourgeois, and so now we have almost everyone on the jump ropes. We got one still on the floor as he just 2 feet away from getting a turnaround. So hopefully we can get that. But now you see once again a lot of the different techniques, a lot of the different tempos even. See who's comfortable with it, who is it that's just trying to manage this and make it back into the handstand walk. And so as we start working through and start looking at the fatigue, there's a lot of shoulder fatigue, a lot of stabilization fatigue that we're going to start seeing. Waiting for a hand to go up. We got hands up down here on the end. Boy, I'll tell you what, in lane 3, you've got Brad Townsend flying through this. You have lane 4, so there's Chris Anderson. Chris Anderson, as we have seen with several other athletes that are moving real quick, gets hooked by that jump rope and is just continuing to go with it like it's a leash. In lane, we've got Ryan Kolinsky. Looks like Ryan's going to take the win down at the end. Got Ren Bourgeois starting to make a turn. As we have in lane 4, Chris Anderson. Brad Townsend now comes across. Lane 14, Patrick Davis comes across as we've got Ren Bourgeois and Paul Delaney as he is coming through with a quick, tight race. Those guys are good friends, and so that was a fun race to see. Lane 13, Nick Averin He finishes. And in lane 12, we've got Matthew Axtman. Man, with a quick, tight race. Looks like we also have in lane 6, Daniel Cota finishes up. Lane 5, we've got Cliff Sakini. So if I've missed anybody through there, I'm sorry. It's such a quick race. We are still only just over halfway in, a 4-minute time cap. We have in lane 11, Jonathan Mendez coming through. And now we have in lane 10, we've got John Thompson making his way, makes the turnaround. So we have with 90 seconds left, we have almost everyone completed. Lane 7, we've got Darren Rifle. Darren struggling a little bit, seems to be having some issues with that handstand walk. Oh man! And we have a quick trip there. Got to go all the way back. Still have 50 seconds left as we've got two athletes on the floor making their way through the handstand walk. We got to get those 25-foot unbroken sections. As we've got John Thompson. John's got about 5 feet left. See if he can hang on. Starting to see a little bit of balance issues. Oh, trying to get that last little bit. Comes down on the head, on the face. But just trying to sell out. Trying to get that last little bit there. And you just see as the fatigue builds up. So we got about 15 seconds now. So as we're wrapping this up with the 40 to 44 elite men, we're gonna be starting the 60-plus run here in a little bit. See, and that run, the run is a 1 mile run. So we're gonna be talking 60-plus is a 1 mile run, and then a 1 mile run with a 20-pound sandbag. So that's the workout Atlas. That's going to be a heck of a workout. You can imagine all of the runs going to take place inside. So they've got a course lined out inside that we'll be showing you as we go through. So now we move out of the 40 to 44 male elite and move into the 35 to 39 female RX as we are starting the Atlas run with the sandbag, 1 mile run without a sandbag, 1 mile run with a sandbag. So for any of you that don't enjoy running, imagine taking a 20-pound sandbag, throwing it on after you've already done 1 full mile. You can imagine not just the physical test, but the mental test that's going to wind up being. So just about 10 seconds out from the 35 to 39 RX ladies in their competition here in Fast and the Furious. As we go and the 35 to 39 got the 50-foot handstand walk. In the RX, they can come down after 5, so don't have to go all the way back as we've seen in some of the other divisions. Then the 50 Frevo single crossovers, and then finish it off again with the 50-foot handstand walk. So we've got 25-foot sections. You're going to go down and back. If you come down anywhere in the middle, you still have the opportunity to just step back 5 feet as opposed to having to step back too far. So we've got 10 seconds now as this heat is about to get started.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and so the ladies step up, and we're now kicking up. Everybody is kicked up and walking. So we've got our first turnaround in lane 9. Georgina Andrews, as Georgina is making her way down and moving right into the crossovers. It has a pretty significant lead. So we are going to be 3, 4, 5 in before we even get started with anybody else. So if we can, if Georgina can keep that pace, it's going to be very difficult to catch her, especially seeing how well that handstand walk went for her in the beginning. So she's now joined by several other competitors. Lane 4, we got Angie Mays. Lane 16, we've got Melissa Giambrone. Lane 14, we've got Leslie Gerhardt. 13, Leah Bartoff. So you can see we have several people that are moving through. Katie Roberts in lane 11. Kristen Cooper in lane 12. So as they're moving through here, just trying to stay steady. I think this is one of those that the pressure actually builds and mounts the further into this you go. Just because as you start to get into about the 20s and the 30s with that jump rope, realizing, hey, if I can do this unbroken, we're going to have a good lead, a good section. We've got 2 hands up now, and I'll tell you what, lane 11, Katie Roberts has taken the lead over. Katie hops straight up, as does Georgina now. Looks like Georgina is catching up to Katie just a little bit. It's going to be interesting about this turn because we are neck and neck heading into 25 feet. Both kick up at the same time. Georgina appears to be making a little bit more ground. She appears to be just a little bit more proficient on the handstand walk, doing a great job with it. She's going to cross the lane first. Katie, though, is inching her way. Katie gets across, crosses the line. So what a race to start off. We've got a couple others that are looking to cross the line. So we got in lane 12, we've got Kristen Cooper. Kristen Cooper crosses the line, finishes in third, as we now have several ladies that are on the handstand walk looking to finish up this workout in a pretty quick fashion. Lane 13 got Layla Bartoff, as she is now turning, making the turn, taking a couple of deep breaths, probably pretty good. Layla takes a look, looks down each direction to kind of see where everybody is. With all of your competitors here on the floor with as many lanes as we're able to fit here on this Hero Barbell stage, it's a lot easier to be able to see, okay, do I need to take a breath or do I need to kick up and get going right now as Layla finishes up now. In lane 5, we've got Ashley Branoff-Limberti. She's about 20 feet away from that finish line, as we got about 1 minute left to go. See, and the interesting part about the Masters Fitness Collective, we've got so many different stages going on. Here in a moment, we're going to release the 60-plus men for their run, and they're going to be running in the arena. So they'll be running in the arena as there are other events going on. It's going to be a great event. You'll see it on camera as we go through. They're going to be showing a couple of the different events, and you'll probably even see some of the men running through. They won't be running through the floor, but they'll be running around the floor as you're watching here on the Hero Barbell stage. So as we're coming down to about 30 seconds left, you're starting to see the fatigue as it builds in those shoulders, upside down quite a bit. Here in lane 3, we've got Ashley Clays, as she is trying to get those last 5 feet and just keeps getting stuck after about 2 steps, trying to shake those arms out. I tell you, you can see the shoulders are pumped as looks like she's going to get it this time. Finishes just before the time cap, does a great job there. So a great race, saw a lot. We saw some fast finishes, saw some close finishes, saw some gritty finishes. So absolutely awesome there in the female 35 to 39 RX. As we now move into the 35 to 39 elite division. So we are just about ready to start the 60-plus run. You can see them all lined up, ready to go. We've got one of the competition directors, Eamon Coyne, starts it and gets out of the way. Don't want to get stuck in the middle of that run as he now books it to the other side of the arena. So you can see we've got a group of men and ladies. So we've got all of the 60-plus. You'll forgive me, group of men and ladies as they are heading down, making the turn. this is a nice and easy pace, which is probably going to be the best thing for them, because if you think about the fact that there's a mile of this, but then when you turn around and you have a mile with a 20-pound sandbag, you can imagine. So you can see as they head, they're going to go part of the way through the arena. Then they're going to head out the back doors. We've got the back doors open. I tell you, we may be in Indiana, but it is a beautiful day, warming up quickly here. So they're going to go out the back doors, and then they're going to bring them back in the other side. And they're going to have a couple of laps of that, and then they're going to pick up that sandbag and have a couple of laps with that. Not just with 20 pounds, but also just with the unusual nature of carrying an implement, not having it in a backpack or on a vest, but having to carry it as you run. It just throws off your cadence, throws off your steps. As we are about to start the 35 to 39 elite ladies, this is going to be a fast heat. This is going to be a competitive heat. As they get started, kicking up with the handstands now. Everybody is kicking up and moving. You have to have an unbroken handstand walk, so you cannot come down before that 25 feet. So it's one of those, you want to make sure that you are certain with your hands, that you aren't not stepping far enough, because you're not just going back 5 feet, you're going back 25 feet. As we have our leaders getting back to their ropes now, in lane 13, we've got Jessica Snap-Borth. In lane 16, we've got Leilani Hartley. And so really moving through this well. Maybe that's 15, excuse me, lane 15, Christina Bray. Christina Bray, one of the leaders. And so we have a whole group in the middle that are moving through, looking good. I'll tell you, in lane 10, you've got Gina Hartwick. Gina, as I say her name, but Gina has a great cadence, keeping low. Her jumps aren't too high. She looks nice and calm as she goes through. So really just trying to find some good rhythm. Boy, I'll tell you, in lane 15, Christina Bray, though, is really moving through these very, very quickly. It's going to be interesting to see the hands that come up. There's Christina Bray's judge's hand. It looks like in lane 13, Jessica Snap-Borth is actually the Jessica Snap-Borth is now in the lead. We've got lane 12, Jana Hogan as well. Boy, and so we have quite the race coming through. Lane 15 looks like Christina Bray is going to pull it out and finish. She does. She takes the event win, followed by lane 13, Jessica Snap-Borth, and very quickly behind her with Jana Hogan. And so now we have a race for, it looks like, fourth with Gina Hartwick. Gina 20 feet down the lane as she crosses and finishes. Quickly behind her is Jamie Latimer. But sneaking in lane 18 is Taylor Cooley. Taylor Cooley up there at the top, then followed by Jamie Latimer. So you can see that these come in groups as people are finishing up, really pushing each other. It appears that in lane 17 now, Marcia Savina finishes in just over 2 minutes. Now lane 14, Kaylee Walsh finishes up. As we have a few that are still on the jump rope and a few that are still on the handstand walk, but you can tell how quickly these workouts are starting to go. The proficiency with which some of these people are doing their handstand walk, both men and women doing their handstand walks, as smooth as they look doing their crossovers. You can really tell that these are groups that have been doing these for a while. As we've been moving through the ranks. I think that's the interesting part when you start to look at some of the younger masters groups, based on how long people have been doing CrossFit. I mean, we know people that have been doing CrossFit for 13, 14, 15 years, and you look at where they started. You know, that you see some of the people like Christina Bray. Christina Bray was a team regional athlete for Westside Conjugate in 2017. And so she was doing these workouts in 2017, which is 5 years ago, when she wasn't a master and was on teams. And so people have been growing up doing these events. Lane 6, Amy Quinton finishes, gets through. Lane 16, Leilani Hartley now turns around at that 25-foot mark, shaking out those arms. In lane 4, Allison Stahl finishes off. Oh, in lane 5, Amanda Duckett just can't quite get back to that last line. Leilani Hartley not going to make that 25-foot line, but does a great job to get a couple of feet in. as that is our 35 to 39 female elite, with Christina Bray taking the event win with a great win, absolutely moving through that. As we move into the 35 to 39 male RX division, as you can see, the 60 plus still going on their run, still moving through. We have several that have picked up their sandbags, picked up their med balls, their wall balls, as they are now making their run through. So you can see on this run as they come back down and come down by the Victory Grips area, where we will have a workout later on in the week, but right now we've got that all set up. You can see that the men are grabbing the sandbags that they can put around their shoulders, loop their hands through, and just run. You're still running with the weight. You're able to be in a little bit more of a normal position. But the ladies are grabbing the wall balls, and so as you talk about running with that wall ball, throwing that thing on your shoulder, holding it in front of you, however it is, it's obviously going to be a little bit of an issue. But so now we've got the 35 to 39 RX men stepping up and starting, as they are coming out flying on the handstand walk, absolutely flying. You have a whole group of people. It appears that the first person to turn around is going to be in lane 10, Jose Perez, but Justin Shart right behind him looks like he's Justin. Boy, they finished right at the same time. Justin Shart and Jose Perez, and in lane 11, lane 11 is Jose Perez. Lane 12 was Corey Brommery. Lane 10 is unoccupied, as they are moving through very quickly. So Justin Shart really looks comfortable with this with these crossovers. Lane 12, Corey Brommery also looks great with them. Lane 15, looking almost like he's just taking a break. Samuel Bondarov just looks like he's taking a break. Just looking around, looks very good, very smooth. Lane 14. Paul Tatalon, it looks just as smooth as well. So it'll be interesting to see when hands start coming up. Oh, in lane 7. So your leader in lane 7 is Colin Kirshner. Comes off, followed very closely by Justin Shart, though. And Justin is making up some ground on that handstand walk. Boy, look at him move. He's got to turn around. He's going to have a quick turn, no rest whatsoever. Oh, gets a no rep, because his hands don't start behind the line. That's one of those issues. You move quickly, but you have to be very precise. And so now it appears it's going to be a close race. Who's going to take that last step? Justin Shart. Oh my goodness, I'm not sure. So Justin Shart actually crosses the finish line first, but trips as he's trying to move so quick. Colin Kirshner in lane 7 didn't cross the finish line of the handstand walk first. Got to his mat first, though, so it's going to be interesting to see what the timing looks like there. We also have lane 4. Brett Cheney has finished up, and several others have finished up now as well. In lane 14, Paul Tatalon. Lane 15, Samuel Bondarov is now making his way back down the lane. Lane 16, Timothy Johnson also making his way back down the lane. There we go. Samuel finishes up. Timothy getting close to finishing. And in lane 12, Corey Brommery now coming across, looked very comfortable with the handstand walk. Maybe just got tripped up a little bit on those crossovers. As we have three gentlemen still working. In lane 6, Christopher Pittman is now moving through onto his handstand walks, has about a 20-foot lead on lane 5, Brian Blackburn. As he turns around, kicks back up, ready to go. Looks like he's got a pretty commanding lead as long as he keeps this momentum, keeps this form. Looks like Brian Blackburn got a no rep, didn't quite get across the finish line, but he only has to go back those 5 feet. In lane 3, you've got Andrew Deal. So Andrew Deal and Brian Blackburn both kick up at the same time, both trying to get to that finish line. Looks like Brian is going to get there first. He's a little bit steady, a little bit quicker. as he gets both hands across the line, finishes. And Andrew, not quite, just came down a little too early. Couldn't quite keep that balance. Oh, and Andrew gets another. We got to get both of those hands across the finish line in order to be done. There it is. As he finishes, collapses down to that elbow at the end, but finishes right at the end. Man, what a great 4 minutes of workout. Well done there. Well done with some incredible speed. And what a race there at the end. What a race between Colin Kirshner and Justin Shart. Not really sure. It'll be interesting to see who comes out on top with that based on when the clocks and timers stop, because Justin crossed the handstand walk line first, collapsed down to elbow because he was trying to get up so quickly, and in that time, Colin Kirshner, who was a little bit, wasn't as fast on the handstand walk but didn't have that same trip, was able to get onto his finish mat first. So as we wrap up that, the 35 to 39 RX men, we move into the 35 to 39 elite men. And if we thought that the last couple of groups went quick, it's only getting quicker as we move into some men that are gonna move well. They're gonna move weight throughout the weekend. It's gonna be a lot of fun to watch. So we're about 10 seconds out from the 35 to 39 elite men, as we're going to have some flying times here. If I were you, I would keep my eye all weekend on Brian Wong, the 2022 Games champion from last year in this division. So in lane four, we've got Brett Stanhope, though, getting off of the handstand walk first, getting into the single unders, the single crosses. In lane 3, we've got Aaron Huchin. Now, here's the thing. Aaron has the most incredible calves that you could possibly imagine. His calves are about as big as his quads. I don't think that jumping is going to be a big problem for him as he moves through this. We got lots of guys moving very quickly. I'll tell you what, in lane 12, we've got Jeff Schuler. Jeff Schuler is ripping through these with a great, he's got a great rhythm. He's not wasting a lot of energy and is really moving well. So looking absolutely fantastic. Judges' hands are about to be coming up because these gentlemen are moving very quickly through this. Looks like in lane, is that 16 possibly? We've got lane 17, we've got Kyle Ruth. Kyle Ruth, the very first 35 to 39 MFC champion from 2020, as we have that callback with Kyle Ruth competing. Justin White, excuse me, Justin White. Much love to Kyle Ruth, but that was Justin White. Well done, Justin. I'm sorry for missing that there. All right, and so then there's Kyle Ruth coming across in the training think tank tie-dye. Down on the end down here, we've got lane 2. Lane 2, Barry Peel coming across. Lanes 13 and 14 with a very close race with Joe Werner and Jonathan Edel. And then in lane 12, we've got Jeff Schuler. Lane 11, Ian Schnelly, the most beautiful man in CrossFit. Now, as we come to the end now, so we are just 2 minutes in, and we're just now having a lot of the people finish. As we come through, you can see how quickly these races are going. And in lane 6, we've got Casey Bruns. Casey Bruns competed with Casey before Casey is another competitor that's from the original 2020, the inaugural 2020 MFC Championship, coming back now, still in that 35 to 39 elite division. Casey is a big guy who's going to move some great weight as the weekend goes on.
All he has is some handstand walking and 4 single crossovers to go.
So in lane 20, we've got Ray Carlisle. Ray Carlisle finishing up, heading into the handstand walk. Doing well. Got to make these unbroken, and looks like he's doing a great job with it. Not a problem for Ray Carlisle in the handstand walk. Absolutely crushing this. Well done for Ray. Finished out that first event, crosses the finish line. And so you see, we still have a minute. Everyone on the field is done with a minute left as they finish off this workout. Really, it became more about who was not going to have a trip up, who was not going to have the slip up, less than anything else. Everyone was great on the handstand walks, and honestly, they were great on the single crossovers. It just became about who was going to be able to continue to do it at a pace that was sustainable, as opposed to moving too quickly, getting that trip, and having the issues that they were having. So now you see, with a great job, we move into the 30 to 34 female RX. We're going to have all of those ladies right there in the middle of the floor for you in just a moment. So 5 seconds away from the 30 to 34 RX females. So here they go, kicking up. Fast and the Furious. 50 feet handstand walk, 5 foot controlled segment. So if you come down, you only have to go back 5 feet. 50 Frevo single crossovers, and then a final 50 foot handstand walk. So it appears that in lane 10, Kelsey Bogue is your event leader at the moment, gets across, both hands down. In lane 12, Samantha Eckrich coming with her, and now in lane 8, Amy Siegel joining them as well as they get onto these single Frevo crossovers. One open, one closed with the hands. And I'll tell you what, Amy Siegel is moving through these things. Absolutely flying on these, as we have several ladies still working their way back on their hands, back to the jump rope lane. So you can certainly see on these the fatigue that sets in as you start to struggle with your handstand walk, partly because you're just on your hands so much. The longer you spend, the more blood flows down, the more fatigue that you start having to deal with. Even if you have ever done a handstand walk before, you feel that blood rush to your head, and you kind of start to feel those eyes bug out just a little bit. And so you start to really try to take some breaks, really try and get those hands off the floor, deep breath, As we move back into the handstand walk on the backside, we've got Amy Siegel, but Amy is following Samantha Eckrich as Samantha is moving her way down the floor. Amy Siegel trying to catch her, but Samantha is really looking great on these handstand walks. As she's at the turn, taking a deep breath, once again, takes a look around, kind of see where everyone is with all your competitors on the floor. Very, very easy to be able to do that and see how much do I need to rush this. Because if you rush it and you come up too quickly, you start having some failures, that's when people start coming up behind you, start passing you. As we're starting to see Samantha starting to struggle a little bit, starting to get those steps getting a little bit away from her. Now she's got those steps under control, trying to get those 5 feet right here, and moves all the way, gets that, there's that 50 feet mark, finishes very nice. Samantha Eckrich with the event win. Lane 9, Rachel Cooksey with the ability now to get to the crossovers. As Amy Siegel starts moving back with Kelsey Bogue, as she is now at the 25-foot mark, trying to catch her breath as she heads back into the handstand walk. Amy Siegel gets all the way across, takes second in the event, very nice. With Kelsey now moving down the lane very nicely. Oh, trying to avoid the judge a little bit. All right, got to come back 5 feet. Just missed by a couple of inches that last one. As she stabilizes and gets across. Very nice, Kelsey, for that third place finish. Got 20 seconds left, about 15 seconds now, as we have Rachel Cooksey trying to finish up. Number 13, or lane 13, Abigail Bratt also trying to finish up, getting as far in as she can. Looks like Abigail finished the jump ropes right before the time cap. So well done. Well done with that 30 to 34. Pretty soon we're going to be starting the 55 to 59 elite men run. So once again, with this, with all of the celebration of fitness going on, we've got so many different things, so many people in here, and a lot of working parts. Really a huge grouping to get this all done, a huge undertaking, and the event organizers have done a great job. Largely in part thanks to our sponsors, thanks to Hero Barbell, RX Smart Gear, Train, Yeti, Rogue, Renaissance Periodization, and Compete Force, all very important in making sure that this event goes well, goes smoothly. And I don't want to leave out Strike Movement either. I'm sorry, I don't mean to leave out Strike Movement there. So many sponsors to thank as we are now heading into the 30 to 34 female elite competition now. So as we start to move in, this is one of those interesting things, that 30 to 34. I know I was a part of that group that when they went to 35 to 39 competition, as Masters competition, I was a 34-year-old. That was great for me, and we continue to bump it down one more into that 30 to 34 because, unless, I know there are still some well-known athletes that are at the very top, but unless you're in that category, it's very difficult as you start getting into that 30 to 34 to continue to have legit competition opportunities, especially on a large level like this. So I think this is great to have this group here, get a chance to see some amazing athletes now. So once again, this is the elite division. We got a full elite division, so they've got to go 25 feet unbroken. You cannot come down before that 25 feet. If you do, you've got to go all the way back 25 feet. So we've got lots of people turning around. These ladies are looking very good. Not rushing it though. It appears that in lane 18 is your leader. Lane 18 with Chelsea McCarty gets out there and really is ripping it. Wow, she looks great on these doubles. Hey, right next to her in lane 19, Amanda Ritchie also looks great. Really moving through those well. So I see we're going to have some tight races as we come to the end. We've got Becca Shield down here on the end. Katie Simonson also moving well. So we have almost all the ladies now on the jump rope doing those 50 crossovers. So we'll just see. Once again, it's about how comfortable are you. If you're comfortable enough to be able to push, this is the time to push because you can make up a lot of ground. But if you're not comfortable able to push, then pushing is only going to create problems. You're going to kick, you're probably going to be too tight, and so you're going to fatigue very quickly. And I'll tell you what, so down here in lane 18, Chelsea McCarty with a hand up, she is now done and puts the rope down and just kicks right up. No breath, no nothing, kicks right up, and she is absolutely moving. Lots of hands up now as she's being joined on the handstand walk by Becca Shield, by Kimberly Lopez, really, and even by Katie Simonson. I'll tell you what, though, Chelsea McCarty absolutely dominated this workout and just absolutely crushed it. You know what? And so now down next to Chelsea McCarty, Amanda Ritchie, and Britta Castillo look like they finished, do a great job, really come in close. So we've got your top finishers: Chelsea McCarty, Amanda Ritchie, Britta Castillo, Becca Shield. So many people in looks like in lane 10 we even had Lindsay Graces finishes. Lane 9 now we have Megan Greenan coming across, approaching the finish line. Lane 5, Heather Pay. As Heather gets there, just crosses the line, comes across onto the finish mat. Chelsea McCarty finished in 1:37. That is absolutely unbelievable how quickly she did that. Amanda Ritchie finished in 1:50, which is also unbelievably fast. So we just have all kinds of time. This is one of the interesting things about this heat, is that you look at it, there were so many finishers so quick. We still have more than a minute left. And so these ladies are doing absolutely amazing. You think about the amount of work that is required within this 4-minute time cap. You have so many people that are really doing a great job, especially with a new and a unique movement, and then also with these 25-foot unbroken handstand. You know, you start talking about having to deal with fatigue. How is it that you deal with fatigue when you're 18 feet into a 25-foot handstand walk? Are you able to continue to balance, continue to maintain, or are you going to get stuck? Are you going to fall? Are you going to stumble? You start to have some of those major issues, and really a lot of it comes down to shoulder health and just how much time have you spent on those shoulders? How much time have you spent handstand walking? Is it natural, or is it a little bit of a fight? Because the more fatigue that you come under, the more of a fight it's going to be. In lane 17, we've got Katie Sloyer crossing the line. Looks like in lane 7, we've got Amanda Cramp coming through. Amanda Cramp is going to finish and cross the line as we are coming right up to that time cap. And time with an absolutely blazing and awesome event, as you see. Chelsea McCarty, what a great job by Chelsea McCarty. What a dominant performance in a short workout, finishing 13 seconds ahead of second place, which even second place at 1:50 was a wonderful time as well. So while the 30 to 34 men RX comes out onto the floor, maybe you'll see some of the athletes running around. This is our 55 to 59 elite group as they are moving through and starting on their mile run with no weight. So mile run with no weight. Then they're going to have a mile run with a 30 and a 20-pound weight. So the men will have a 30, the ladies will have a 20. Then they'll finish that off with a mile run with nothing else. So after all that fatigue that they were put under, they get to do another mile run. I got to admit, I don't know if that's going to feel relaxing or if it's going to feel painful based on the fatigue they have, or whether they're able to get that weight off and they feel better about it. So we've got 10 seconds before our 30 to 34 male RX division starts.
2, 1, go!
Several no reps because they kicked up before or kicked up after the line. Got to have both hands behind the line. Lots of very quick turnarounds. Lots of guys that are very proficient and comfortable on their hands as they come through this. Looks like several guys all at once coming across the lane. Lane 9 and 10, Casey Miller, Anthony Comey, really finishing quickly. But we also have guys down at the end, lane 17, Justin Mayu, Justin, I hope I'm saying it correctly. I'll try and find you later. But really coming through there in lane 14, we've got Josh Manuel, really moving through well. Lane 13, Aaron Johnson. Aaron Johnson has a very quick tempo with those crossovers. Not seeing a lot of problems with these crossovers. Different tempos, certainly, but does not look like anybody's really struggling with these. So speaks to a very high level of proficiency, which is great. We just have one athlete left on the handstand walk. Looks like he's trying to work on these, trying to increase his proficiency. So, and lane 15, Nicholas Michael appears. Boy, he gets off there quickly. Lane 9. KC Miller is absolutely flying through this. Lane 7, Aaron Cloud had a quick turn, but he keeps stepping. He keeps stepping across the line. That gives lane 9, KC Miller, an opportunity. And it looks like I was incorrect. It was Anthony Comey with a great finish. Lane 9, Casey Miller with a dive across the finish line, trying to beat lane 7, Aaron Cloud, across the line. What a race! A lot of tension involved. A lot of no reps because he's getting a little too excited. That's one of those things that's going to happen at the beginning of a competition. Is you just come out and you're so excited that you don't do something that maybe you would normally do as it appears James Rower crosses the finish line. We've got a little bit of a lane change, so that may not be exactly correct. But lane 3, we've got James Rower listed. Lane 5, Joe Perrone. Joe Perrone crosses the line in a very short amount of time. We're still only at about the 2.5 minute mark. We've got Nathan Swihart and Curtis Bontrager trying to finish. Nathan Swihart finishes, gets across the line. As we've got, it appears in lane 16, is that Ryan Crespo. Ryan Crespo taking big steps trying to get down to that finish line. Just has to come back 5. In the RX division, only have to go those 5-foot unbroken segments. In 12, Curtis Bontrager finishes. Just a couple athletes left, about a minute left to go. As you probably see, some of the athletes in the 55 to 59 division as they are running across, they've got the sandbags on their shoulders. Lane 4, we finish up with Justin Cribley. Justin Cribley, as we've got just about 30 seconds left. So you can see once again an incredibly fast heat as with 30 seconds, we just have a few athletes left on the floor. 20 seconds. So we got about 15 seconds left to go. We've got several that are on their handstand walk. Looks like in lane 8, Joe Ailes trying to get a last couple of feet as he goes. As the time expires, and that's our RX 30 to 34 men. And now we're going to follow it up with the 30 to 34 elite. All right, so we've got our final heat of Fast and the Furious. with our 30 to 34 elite men with some familiar names. Probably the most familiar to you is going to be Elijah Muhammad. Elijah, as you guys have seen, we've seen him on teams, we've seen him individual, we've seen him at the games. My favorite Elijah Muhammad moment is at the games when he was on the surfboard and he was just kind of laying on the surfboard. I don't mean to do that to give him a hard time. He's a very nice guy. And always enjoyed all of my conversations with him and my interactions. And so as we look, we got about 15 seconds, and we are not looking at a long event here. The events have gotten shorter and shorter as our athletes have gotten a little bit younger, a little bit more proficient, just based on their skill set and their familiarity with these movements. And so now we move into this 30 to 34. We've got 10 seconds. No, not quite 10 seconds. We're going to have a little bit of a clock reset, a little clock malfunction. So 5 seconds left. Don't blink. This may go very quick. Wow. And so we get a great start. No reps to start off with. Lots of guys appears very familiar with competition. Everybody coming up. Not a long turnaround. Most of them don't even stand all the way up. They just turn around and go. And so now we move on. In lane 12, we've got Gary Jones starting first. Next to him in lane 13, we've got Tony Vu. Lane 14, Landon Walker. So you can see lots and lots of speed going on. Lane 10, Elijah Muhammad. Lane 9, Christopher Pay. Lane 8, Cam Ryan. Probably going to see some hands go up fairly soon as we are moving through. So looks like Elijah Muhammad has a kick as he moves through. Still waiting. There's I missed the first hand. So lane 8, Cam Ryan. Oh my gosh, absolutely flying. He's 25 feet in before anybody else is even on the walk. In lane 11, we've got Kenneth Provost. Lane 12, Gary Jones. Elijah Muhammad joins them. We have the corner lanes joining as well. We've got Brandon Segovia joining in lane 3. We've got Brady Cummins as Elijah Muhammad comes, makes up a lot of ground, finishes, it looks like just behind Landon Walker. As we move through, lots of speed there at the end. We've got lane 16, Matt Osborne finishes. Lane 17, James East. Lane 4 coming across, Daniel Church. So with almost the entire field finished, we got lane 21, Rudy Lechuga, and lane 2, Aaron Harold. So many people finishing so quickly. And all at once. I know I missed about maybe half of the field, so you'll forgive me. With all of that happening so quickly, looks like lane 15, Matt Friend now comes across, and that appears to be it. So with 2 minutes and 20 seconds, really with 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go in the event, we finish the event as we are wrapping up Fast and the Furious with an incredible workout with a new element that you have seen. We saw it introduced at the games. Now we have the single crossovers with the beaded rope. With the beaded rope from the Freevo with RX Smart Gear. So absolutely incredible. What a way to kick off this weekend. We still have the athletes that are running. They are now taken off the sandbags. They are back onto the run without the sandbags, and I can imagine that they're probably hoping that this finishes pretty quick as they go through. But we've got some great cadences. As I look down and look at the athletes that are running, sure seems that when they threw off that sandbag, they really unleashed and let it go. They know they've only got a mile left. I believe that's about 3 laps through what they're doing. I will find that out for sure, though, as we are now into the portion of the day where we just have the athletes running. You can see one of they're running right through our vendor village with some great vendors. And just a reminder, thanks to our sponsors, we got RX Smart Gear, Hero Barbell, Compete Force, Victory Grips, Train Clothing, Renaissance Periodization, Yeti, and Rogue, and Strike Movement. So great sponsors. You're going to be hearing about them, seeing things from them all weekend long. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2022 Masters Fitness Collective Championship. We're here to start the very new thing, the team divisions. So we have the 60 plus and 50 plus team divisions. And this is actually pretty awesome because this is the first event for our teams, but this is also a callback to the 2020 Masters Fitness Collective Championship, where it was the very first time this event had ever been put on, and this was the chipper. Now, this is obviously a little bit different version because we got teams, but it's chop it down. Chop it down is going to be a 50 cal rope. They can switch however they want, followed by 50 single dumbbell shoulder to overheads. That's going to be with a 70 pound for our below 60 divisions and a 50 pound for our above. And then for the ladies, for the above 60 division, it'll be 35 and 50 for the below. Then it's going to be 50 wall ball shots, 50 toe to bar, back to 50 wall ball shots, back to 50 single dumbbell box step overs, and then finish off with a 50 cal row. Now, I will say this. I did this back in 2020. You could not pay me to do this again. And so to watch someone else do it brings my heart great joy. But we have some absolutely incredible teams on the floor. Think of this kind of in the same way that you would think about Wadapalooza. That just because it's the teams does not mean that they are not people on this floor that you have to be here to see. I'm looking at, as I look at the floor, over here in lane 19, you've got Team 511 Tactical. Team 511 Tactical has Tim Terry. Tim is a friend of mine, great guy, and he's also paired up with Ron Ortiz. So first off, they've got to be the team to watch on the floor right now, just because of their size. These are two very large men. But as I say that, it is Invictus Seattle that moves up with Patrick Sprague and Kevin Coaster. Here's the deal. Both of those guys are games athletes. They have both been to the games multiple times. Kevin has won the games 3 different times. So you can definitely tell. And then we've got Bros with Beards. Bros with Beards anchored by Richard Stevenson, who last year took second at the 2022 games. So you can see definitely a lot of competition going on, a lot of movement going on. And so Ron Ortiz down here closest to us on the left side, if you're looking at the stream, you can see that Ron is moving that 70 pretty easily. A lot of these guys are, though. A lot of these guys are moving it well, really pushing. Now, I got to tell you, I'm joined in the booth by Heath Moody. Heath is a part of the team that puts this on, but Heath also had the opportunity to do this in 2020. Heath, you won this, correct?
Yes, sir, I did. I was fortunate enough to win.
Yeah. Heath is incredible. Heath is a games athlete himself. And so, Heath, do me a favor. Tell me, you've done the workout. What is the most difficult part of this workout for you?
The whole workout in itself is challenging, like you mentioned, Kyle. But the meat and potatoes of this workout is that 30-pound wall ball. You've got to face that thing twice. And as you see these folks do it here in a minute, you feel like you're fighting Mike Tyson. You get a little sweat going on. That 30-pound ball is constantly hitting you in the face. But whoever can stay on that 30-pound wall ball the most is probably going to see some success.
Yeah, absolutely. So you think you think that? So now we have our first 60-plus team moving. First 60-plus team moving over here with Dave Hardy moving over. So twin sons, different moms moving over. And so really going to start taking this on. You can tell a little bit of the plexiglass feel as well. So this is one of those things, I think, that in competition we start seeing the difference where, one, you're not up against a wall. So you know it's a little different doing a wall ball when you don't have a wall that's 2 feet from you. Then also the plexiglass look is another little bit of interesting thing where as you're doing the wall ball, you can kind of almost look through the plexiglass and see behind. Obviously, you're trying to stay focused on it, but it's this theme that competition can bring out some different elements that maybe we haven't dealt with before. So as we look at the wall balls and these heavy wall balls, you're obviously going to have a lot more weight coming down even as you throw it up. Ron Ortiz down here in the front, obviously one of the larger athletes. on the floor in general, not just in this heat, but just on the floor. That's 6'3", 6'4", really making light work of that wall ball. Trades out with Tim Terry. Then we have some of the ladies in the 60-plus division moving through this, really battling that wall ball as they continue to get to that 9-foot target, which is a heavy ball. Even to a 9-foot target is sometimes it's like wrestling a pig. Not always going to have full control of it. As we have our first team, boy, these guys are absolutely blazing through this workout, moving into the toe to bar, starting off with a set of 5 toe to bar, looking absolutely fantastic. So that's Dave Hardy and Will Powell already moving through that toe to bar as nobody else is on. And now we have a couple on the other side having a hard time telling who that is tell you who it is, but I'll find out in a second here.
Gymnastics piece of this one again.
So Invictus Seattle moving on to the toes to bar as well with Patrick Sprague, Kevin Koster as they are moving through this workout as well.
So another set of 50.
So now with almost everyone on the toes to bar, Heath, when you did this workout in 2020, how did you approach the toe to bar knowing that you were basically only halfway through the workout?
That's a great question, Kyle. I tended to handle big sets of toes to bar the same way. I break them up in little sets. And so being the toes to bar stuck in the middle of this workout, you know, you can lose it right here if you decide to go too big. You still got to face that wall ball once again. And then you got box step overs, which are a challenge in itself. The other on the back end of it, but they're a challenge. So I think taking a methodical approach to these toes to bar is the way to go because you're just hitting the halfway point right here. And Kyle, I got to mention, you mentioned on this earlier, it's like the who's who around here. I look over, I see Ron Ortiz, I saw Rick Stevens. I just looked down, I saw Elijah Muhammad. You know, that's fun to see those names we've been following for a long, long time. You know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to the household names that we don't know yet, but we're going to find out this weekend. I think we're going to discover some diamonds in the rough this weekend that, you know, we're going to start seeing year over year be very competitive.
I absolutely think you're right. And as this just continues to grow, I think these are the events where you start to really learn about those people, really start to see them pop up as we continue to have those. Well, so we've had our, you know, as Heath was talking, we've had some of our first teams that are actually moving back to the wall balls. And this is where, as Heath was talking about earlier, this is where you really start to make your money. This is also where you really start to feel where the workout really is. To this point, it's been difficult. All CrossFit is difficult, but this is where you really start having to break up even smaller sets, maybe lose your ego a little bit here, because you go back to this 30-pound wall ball. You've already done 30-pound wall balls. Then you do the toe to bar, and then come back. So we come back to twin sons with different moms as they come back to the box step overs now. In the 60-plus division, so you've got Dave Hardy and Will Powell really moving through this very well, as he and you can see Tim Hardy is really making light work of this. He's got that dumbbell on the shoulder and just has a nice little circle going. Looks like he's pretty comfortable with switching there, kind of turning on the box as he comes down, so he's not spending a lot of time. Kind of waiting for the next group that is going to come off. If that shows you how far ahead these guys are, we're waiting on the next group to come off of the wall balls, start moving into those box step overs. Now, I'll tell you, the box step overs, the pace that you can keep on the box step overs is really going to determine a lot about this because it can either slow you down or speed you up just because of the type of movement. And so we move into Invictus Seattle with Patrick Sprague and Kevin Koster as they are now moving through onto the box step overs. You see Kevin behind actually taking a knee, trying to catch his breath a little bit. He might have come off the wall balls last. And so as you move into this with your core quite frankly, your core is crushed. It's been under tension this whole time. The only time you haven't been under tension has been when you've been hanging from a bar having to contract your entire core to get your feet up to the bar. So really, it's just it's a great workout, but it's an evil workout in and of itself.
The story on the floor is the race.
So as the athletes work through this brutal workout, the key to a team workout is to continually get reps. One of you always has to be moving, so strategy plays a part. We were talking about breaking up those toe to bar and breaking up the wall balls. The worst thing that can happen, and I see it playing out on the floor, is both teammates looking at each other like, who's going, right? And so a strategy really plays a part. You know what I'm really looking forward to seeing, Kyle? I hope a couple teams get on that rower at the same time. I kind of would like to be that athlete on the rower alongside with someone else, but I also wouldn't, because you've got to go touch the sun. There's no looking back. You've got to pull on that rower as hard as you can. So I'm kind of hoping we see 2, 3, 4 teams get on that rower at the same time.
Yeah, I think that would be great. And I'll tell you, there's a couple of teams. There's a couple of teams that somebody almost fell off the box on the far side that have a chance to get on it at a similar time. As you have now, you've got twin sons, different moms hopping onto the rower, really dominating this race for the 60+ here. And then on the 55 to 59, you can see you've got the groups moving. They have to move their box every 10 reps as they move it up. You've got the 5'11 tactical team taking a little bit different approach. They're just holding it down by their knee, trying to get this going as quick as they possibly can. All the other teams have it up on their shoulders. One team even has it on their back rack. The Bros with Beards has it in the back rack, just trying to be as balanced as possible. And really, I'll tell you, Richard is really making up a lot of ground, moving very well as they move up their box now, trying to catch Invictus Seattle. But Invictus Seattle certainly has quite the lead. In the 60+ division, the women's teams in the 60+ division seem to they're all moving through now. They all are on the box stepovers. We've got with Jacked in the box, we've got Kathy Teal and Teresa Dimage. With Buns and Guns, we've got Dee Seda and Lorraine Waters. And with Ageless and Agile, we've got Kathy Gines and Sue Frazier. Ageless and Agile, I like it. So we see that as we're moving through this, we've got the boxers moving up. We have Invictus Seattle now on the rower, trying to put up as many reps as they can between them and Bros with Beards. It looks like Bros with Beards will be the next one there. Just trying to get some cows before Bros with Beard gets on there, because I'll tell you, if you can put 5 or 6 cows between yourself and the next team, it's going to be very difficult to make up that ground. There's just not enough cows at this level of fatigue to be able to catch someone in that.
20 calories a minute. That'd be 1,200. So it's even more than that. He's going to try to do 25.
So one of the things that Heath hit on earlier is making sure that someone's always getting reps. And look at that. So twin sons, different moms cross the finish line in dominating fashion, dominating everyone on the floor. Do a great job with that. But as Heath was talking about getting reps, I think it's one of the things that actually makes this workout a little bit different and even more difficult than the individual version, because there's just no time to rest. It's almost that you have to sprint while you have the implement, and when you're not, you're trying to catch your breath, but you've spent so much time sprinting, you just eventually lose your ability to recover. And I think we're seeing that with some of the athletes, especially on these step overs, as we're having to get up and over that box, and you're starting to see some people slow down, starting to see some stumbles. Now, Beers with Bros now on the rower, trying to catch up to Invictus Seattle, pulling for everything he's got. Not sure he's going to be able to make it, but he's certainly give it as much effort as he can. So Bros with Beards at 20 cows. Invictus Seattle takes the win in the 50 to 59 age group, really doing a great job.
The next closest team still with
So we got 5'11" and Fit and 40 AF. We'll figure out what the AF stands for later, I guess. But Fit and 40 AF and 5'11" get on the rower about the same time. And now here's the deal: is we talked about the size of Team 5'11" earlier. But if there's anybody on the floor that is about as big as them, it's Fit and 40 AF. And so really, really looking forward to how this is going to turn out. Who's going to be able to just hang on to this more? Invictus Seattle takes the win. Looks like Bros with Beards is about to finish up. But we've got Ageless and Agile over here. Looks like Ageless and Agile is finishing up as well in the ladies division. Really pulling, using as much height as she can get. As we are, so the Honorable Masters finishing up now. Honorable Masters finishing up in great fashion.
2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. All three.
So all remaining teams are on the rower or finished. Atomic Ants and Jacked in the Box just finished. And now we've got the row competition. We have all teammates laying on the floor. So you can tell they're giving everything they can. Probably switching off 25 and 25 is what it looks like. We got a hand in the air for Team 5'11". Looks like 5'11" may finish this thing off. And Team 5'11" does takes that heat, and it was very close because Fit and 40 AF came off about 3 seconds after, so quite a race. One of the difficult things about rowing is that you don't actually know where anybody else is, and so you just got to kind of keep pulling and pulling and pulling.
You know, Kyle, you and I have done the individual version of this, and it's brutal. When they put this as a team event, I thought it was going to be a lot easier. But if you've ever done intervals, you know that rest period is when your heart rate spikes and things get a little sketchy. After watching these teams do it, I'm thinking the team version's pretty spicy as well. I think you and I might need to do this later on. What do you think, Kyle?
I think I may have something to do later, Heath. But yes, we may have something. Heath, I'll tell you though, I don't much look forward to working out with you the way your engine is, but so finish. So we got 30 seconds left, trying to get under the time cap. Just trying to get now as many cows as we possibly can. 20 seconds, 10 calories. There's no time for a transition here if you're trying to beat the time cap. You just got to keep pulling and just kind of put it out of your mind exactly how you're feeling after all of this work. All right, and the time cap catches us, but have the very first and very exciting workout of our team division, the 50 to 59 and 60 plus team divisions all across the floor. So we're going to reset, and we'll be bringing on the 40 to 49 ladies division here momentarily. All right, so we're about to get started with our 40 to 49 female team and 50 to 59 female teams. So we got them separated on different sides of the floor. So you got your competitors right next to you. There's no heats of this. So in this longer chipper style workout, you're able to look left and right, see where you are in relation to your competition, speed up, slow down, and even maybe feel a little bit of the pressure of what's going on. And so I think one of the interesting things is as we start this workout, is understanding how can I keep my heart rate down, how can I keep my exertion down while still making up enough ground to not fall too terribly far behind. In the 50 to 59 division, I'll tell you, we've got lots of studs all across the floor. Fit and Fragile has Sherry-Ann Benoit. She was 10th at the games this year. Games athlete, teamed up with Tia Vesser, who was first at the games last year. We have those two. We got Docs in the Box with Mona Shea, Shanna Bounce, who, by the way, is your games champion in the 55 to 59 division last year. You got mothers with increased levels of fitness, Nancy Vanacore and Carrie Sandoval, multiple-time games athlete. Games last year, 9th in 2022. You got Salt and Pepper with Robin Stewart and Teresa Harris, and you got Team Zen with Alexia Feynman and Amy Simpson, both games athletes from last year. So you can see a lot of competition, really going to be pushing each other, really going to be moving forward. In the 40 to 44 division, we actually have 40 to 49. I've got to get used to this, Heath. 40 to 49 division, we have a large division full of ladies. We'll be kind of talking about their team names as we go. But Heath, let me ask you something. As you're moving through this workout, what does it do to you psychologically as you start to see maybe other people moving in front of you, or maybe they're having to push you a little bit outside of what your initial plan was?
That's a good question, Kyle. This early on, I'm not saying I don't have voices in my head, but I'm not too worried. A workout this large and this much work in front of me, as far as my work capacity, I'm not too worried just yet. Now, if they got off a minute ahead of me, I might stress a little bit, but there's not much you can do on a rower. You pick up pace on the rower. We're just starting this workout, so I wouldn't be too worried. Now, the back half is when you really got to pay attention. You might stretch yourself out the comfort zone a little bit. I mean, you got a teammate, you got somebody relying on you, so maybe you'll go a little harder. But to answer your question, I'm not too worried just yet.
So we've got a couple of hands up down in lanes. What is that, 15? We've got lane 13 is the first group coming off. So AARX coming off first. AARX, that's going to be Angie Palmer and Amanda Teague from CrossFit Wreckage and CrossFit Kaiju leading the way. We also, so now we have most of the 40 to 49 teams joining them as they move on to that heavy dumbbell. This is a 50-pound dumbbell. So think about going on the heavier side, and now all at once, the 50 to 59 ladies all move together. So you could definitely tell that we're well in sync, and we're in for quite a race as we move forward.
But it does slow down the speed. Those going with the push press much quicker, but they might have to break a little bit more often than their competitors.
It's interesting. You see a lot of different techniques. About how they're doing this. The push press obviously is going to be a lot quicker, and you can see AARX down in lane 13 is absolutely flying through these because of the push press. Obviously, overhead is a strength for her. We see a lot of the ladies doing a push jerk. While it's moving a little bit slower, it may save a little bit in terms of upper body as they move forward. Obviously, there is a lot of wall balls to come, and so every little bit that you can save, if you're not giving up too much time, is possible as AARX moves up now to the wall ball, moving to that heavy wall ball.
Kyle, something to mention, that's not a light dumbbell. those ladies are out there throwing around a 50-pound dumbbell. So if they look like they're struggling, it's for a good reason. Gravity is a B at this moment, right? But I'm still not too worried yet. As we mentioned earlier, I think the meat and potato of this workout is the wall balls. That's a heavy wall ball, 20-pound ball to a 9-foot target. It's no easy task. So it's going to be really fun to see how this plays out, Kyle. One team I want to watch is, let me see, Team Savage. We've got Camille and Renee. One of those females is from CrossFit Mayhem, so maybe, Mayhem's known for their team stuff. I'm kind of eyeballing them for a late run at this, maybe an event win.
I like it. Absolutely. I'll tell you, so one of the teams that's pushing AARX is Team No Regrets. That's right. I did not say it wrong. No Regrets. If you are familiar with memes, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. That is Elizabeth Holmes and Katie De Los Santos. So AARX, as quickly as they have moved through everything, moves to the wall ball first. No Regrets. It follows them very quickly, and actually AARX had a little bit of confusion about what side of the plexiglass they were throwing to, got set up and had to flip it around. And after they had to flip it around, it allowed No Regrets to get there. Over on the 50 to 59 ladies side, we have quite the battle between Fit and Fragile and Docs in the Box. Salt and Pepper has fallen just a little bit behind. This dumbbell has really started to give them fits, while the other two teams are here on the wall balls, and right now look to be neck and neck. We'll see as they come off the wall balls exactly where they are. So it looks like we've got No Regrets on the toes to bar, AARX, and then is that Fit and 40 AF? That's right. We got a little ahead of myself in the team sheet. This is Fit and 40 AF, which makes a lot more sense for the 40 to 49 divisions rather than the 50 to 59 division. But Fit and 40, so all on the toes to bar. We have another team joining them in lane 20 on the toes to bar. Lane 20 being Short Stack Attack. And the best part about Short Stack Attack is they have the most pads stacked up so they can reach the toe-to-bar bar. It was pretty funny talking to them yesterday. They told me their team name, and to be really honest with you, it fits. They may be two of the shorter athletes out here in the entire competition, which, to be really honest, is not a great thing in this workout, but they are really managing this well. We're going to see how they do when they come to the boxes. We talked about the height being an advantage for some on the last workout, and a lack of height being a disadvantage for some on this. But really, it hadn't held true. Team 511 finished, I think, third or fourth in the last one. You've got Short Stack Attack that is really out there moving well on these toes to bar. So we have our top two teams in the 50 to 59 are both already on the toe to bar now. Once again, moving neck and neck. I don't know. All right, so in the 50 to 59, we've got mothers with increased levels of fitness and Fit and Fragile going at it. So once again, we have several games athletes and games appearances in that battle right there. So really going back and forth. They've moved from the wall balls to the toe to bar. Now they're all back on the wall balls together. So it'll be interesting to see if we get any separation on the box step overs, or if this is a battle right to the end. And I got to tell you, Heath, if this is a battle right to the end, I'm not entirely sure that I want to spend a lot of time on the rower.
You're exactly right. From our vantage point up here, I really want to see a battle to the end. I would really, really like it that if I saw 5, 6, every team get on the rower at the same time. I think everybody at home would like to see that too. But if I was doing the workout, I wouldn't mind getting on just a little later, a little sooner.
So no regrets. Oh my goodness, no regrets. Shows up on with Fit and 40 AF. Both get to the box step overs at the same time. Looks like no regrets goes straight to the shoulder. Fit and 40 takes a couple more seconds to get on the back rack. And you may hear now, you hear a cheer. I believe we have the 40 to 49 divisions taking off on their run as now they head off. This is one of the most incredible setups that you could possibly expect. I wish I had a camera that I could pan all the way across for you guys, because we have the Hero Barbell stage on our right here in the middle, what we've been talking about and looking at. You have the train platform, and then all the way to the left, you have the Victory Grips spectator workout area, right, which is right now the staging area for the run. So we've got people running around. We've got so much going on, and it is so incredibly awesome just to see all this. So now we have Fit and Fragile has now moved to their box step overs. And so are starting to put a little bit of space between themselves and mothers with increased levels of fitness, as they're just trying to get as many reps in as possible. We just now have our third team joining the first two teams in their box in the 40 to 49 division, and I'm going to tell you, it has become quite the race here between No Regrets and Fit and 40 AF, with AARX now joining this. And now we have Short Stack Attack, who has joined us as well. So it looks like AARX and Short Stack Attack are really going to be going head-to-head, trying to figure out who can take third in this division. While you still only have Fit and Fragile really taking a chunk out of these box step overs, really giving themselves some space to breathe. Now, as mothers with increased levels of fitness comes to the box to try and make up a little bit of ground as well.
42 reps in here, so less than 10 to go.
Kyle, be careful what you wish for. I think we're going to have a race on that rower. It looked like they moved their box at the exact same time. Looking at their cadence, it seems like we're going to get a race on all different levels. We're going to have multiple rower races. At this point in the workout, you had a plan, right? You got punched in the face. It's time to throw that plan out the window and go for gold. We got two teams on the rower at the exact same time.
How about that? How about you get Fit and 40 AF and No Regrets? Both, they go through all of that work only to get to the rower at the same time. You almost just wish, can we put the rest of that work behind us and just start on this sprint so it don't have to hurt quite as bad? So you can see, so we've got a couple of different techniques here actually. No Regrets is using a little bit less legs and trying to give a little bit quicker of a stroke rate. Well, now Fit and 40, so Fit and 40 AF is really using a lot of legs, not quite as much extension at the top, but trying to increase that stroke rate as much as you can, getting a big pull from No Regrets. It'll be interesting. They appear to be doing a different techniques. So Fit and 40 AF appears to be trying to switch more often. No Regrets looks like they're probably going to go half and half. We'll see how this functions.
They're making a break for it.
Kyle, I'm starting to sweat watching this race. You know, I mentioned I didn't want to get on the rower. I don't do very many things well at CrossFit, but rowing is one of my things. So I think after watching this play out, I think I wouldn't mind sitting on the rower at the exact same time. You find a lot about yourself, right? You know, you have those voices in your head. You just got to tell them to shut up and just keep pulling.
Oh, yeah. So you got Fit and 40 AF is going with quick transitions. They are just over 20 cows, about 23 now. No Regrets just switched off. So not sure if they got all the way to 25. I know they were at 18 a couple of moments ago. So it looks like, so 24 cows for No Regrets. We're at 30 cows for Fit and 40 AF. Over here on the 50 to 59 side, Fit and Fragile is on the rower and really taking a lead, as it looks like mothers with increased levels of fitness is starting to fall off the pace a little bit. We now have, so Short Stack Attack, after all of the talk, has joined on the rower. They're the third team on the rower with AARX at the far end of the floor, now getting just behind Short Stack Attack. So it's going to be interesting to see. AARX has a little bit of the height advantage, but I got to tell you, looking at the end of this workout, Short Stack Attack looks like they've been moving a little bit better. Looks like maybe AARX came out a little hot.
We got the final 5
Yep.
calories.
Looking for that hand in the air. Let's see who's. We've got 5 calories to go for Fit and 40 AF.
On that transition. 2 calories to go.
It appears Fit and 40 AF is going to take it.
Calorie.
And Fit and 40 AF hops off the rower and finishes
40 unofficial time.
14:40. What a time. Oh, my goodness.
Kyle, it looks like the quick transitions paid off. I'm guilty of thinking that no transitions or very little would work, but they proved me wrong. They took the win.
Yeah, I think it's probably just a case of knowing your own strength, knowing what it is that you do well. I mean, if big pulls, no regrets now finishes. If big pulls in strength are not really your strength, then let's go with quick and get as much get that wheel spinning and revving as much as we can. As now we have almost all of the 40 to 49 ladies on the floor on the rower.
On the other side of the competition floor.
And I'll tell you, Heath, your prediction of Team Savage was pretty good because they have slowly been making up ground on everybody. They never did anything that really stood out and jumped out at you, but they've slowly been making up ground, and they've been on the rower for a little bit. It'll be interesting to see where they finish up and how things look.
This workout, 10 calories left to go over here.
You know, Kyle, I'm just in awe of the fitness that I'm witnessing right now, right? You think you come to a Masters competition, you might see a dip in fitness. Not at all. This is truly amazing what we're witnessing here. These ladies are just going at it.
Still looking to see a hand in the air over here. It looks okay. So we have Fit and Fragile has now finished the workout in the 50 to 59 division. With Salt and Pepper still working on their wall balls. Wall balls are giving them a little bit of trouble, and Mothers with increased levels of fitness. We've got Short Stack ripping that handle off of the rower. I'll tell you what, that ponytail is going to do some damage to the back of her head with the way it's whipping back there. And so we've got Short Stack taking third in the event with 16:39. What a great job as they just kind of methodically worked through, kind of showed up in the toes to bar, and then never really went away. We got AARX at the very top that is just now finishing. Looks like they're going to take fourth. They came, you know, and I think it's important to note that they did fall off a little bit. They were in front at the beginning, but you went from first to fourth. You'd love to stay in first, but it's not exactly like they completely collapsed. Did a good job of continuing to work. So over here on the run, we're seeing the 40 to 45 men, 40 44 men, as they are running underneath us. They've got the sandbags on their backs. We have the ladies coming as well. We've got Anna Tobias right in the middle of this group. As she is looking to push a lot of the guys. We got Rin Bourgeois out in the front of the group. He's got the bright shoes on and got the tight pants. He's looking fantastic as he's moving forward. And so we have Team Savage. Team Savage does finish. They chew up a couple of people right at the end. I'll tell you what, Camille came out and really pushed it right there on the end. You can see her on the floor, hurting, rolling around. Camille Porticalian did a wonderful job there as they just kind of kept sucking up people one at a time. And that's kind of the name of the game with these long, brutal chippers is just, can you continue to catch people one rep at a time? So we're going to be getting set up. We've got the 40 to 49 male teams coming up soon. So we're just a couple minutes away from our 40 to 49 male team competition here on the Train main stage. So Train Clothing, GoTrain.com. Really excited about this as we come and see how these guys really approach this. Starting to see the 40 to 49 Masters men as they go at this workout. And I'm starting to think the way that it's looking, that this first row is really going to move quick. Working through chop it down. Got 50 cal row. You can switch and change it however you want. We've seen that this very first one, I don't think we've seen anyone who has changed partners before 25 cals. They're kind of going half and half on this first round. Probably just trying to keep it down as much as possible, keep the fatigue down as much as possible. As these guys are starting on their row, we now have our Masters divisions that are running without the sandbag. They're currently dropping off the sandbags. I'm seeing a couple of what looks like probably are the leaders. Right now with these loops, it's difficult to tell, but it looks like probably the leaders are coming back through for their second or third loop now. As we've got some great paces, great cadences. If Rin Bourgeois is the leader, which he certainly could be, as he is keeping a heck of a pace right now. Just difficult to tell really, but these guys are looking great. They have all dropped off the sandbag, which is pretty amazing to think now about how they would be moving like this. Heath, tell me something. As we're talking about running, we're going a mile with the sandbag. A mile without the sandbag, a mile with the sandbag, and then a mile without the sandbag. Do you think that it would feel more of a relief to take that sandbag off your shoulder and run, or do you think that you would feel so much more fatigue that it wouldn't actually be relieving at all?
To ask me anything about running is comical, but to me, getting that sandbag off my back, knowing that I'm on the downhill side of it, I got 1 mile left, it would absolutely be a relief, right? You can do some work with that sandbag on, but your position probably doesn't change a whole lot. But after dropping that sandbag off, knowing you've got 1 mile left, you can slowly start picking athletes off. That's just my take. But again, me and running, probably not the best person to ask.
Absolutely. Well, hey, back to the Train main stage. It looked like one of the first teams that came off onto the shoulder overhead was Threat Level Midnight. But we've also, several teams now taking the floor. Look like in the lead right now is probably CrossFit Hamco as they are ripping through these shouldered overhead. But we also have down in lane 9, we've got Responders. Responders out of CrossFit Sozo as they look like they are in the leads as well. And so we have they're moving up every 10 reps. Yes, so we have CrossFit Hamco is now moving onto the wall balls. They're the first ones on the wall balls. I tell you, it's 4 reps in before the Responders even start moving to the wall ball. But I tell you what, they've got about a 10 rep lead on the wall ball. It'll be interesting to see how they handle this lead and whether or not they really try and press it or whether they try and use this as a way to breathe through and just kind of move through this first set of wall balls with an incredibly smooth transition. So one athlete throws the ball, walks under it when the next one came right into it, and has an incredibly fast turnover in these wall balls. I'll tell you though, it's the interesting part about competitions. He's got one of the head judges coming over and looking at him. It's the line that you have to fight between moving fast and moving to full depth. As we have some incredible races, as people are coming flying into the finish line on the run. Pretty amazing. Looks like Jen Ryan, so I can't tell. We've got Jen Ryan. I can't tell if she's the first female to finish. Jen Ryan finishes in front of Anna Tobias. I would assume that's your 1 and 2 finishing right there with quite a race. So as we come back to the Train main stage, most of the teams now are on the wall balls. And I'll tell you, the first 2 teams that were here they're still making it look easy. You're starting to realize, though, as everybody else is showing up, that that's not a light ball. I had honestly forgotten for a little bit that it's a 30-pound ball as easily as some of these teams were handling it. As now, CrossFit Hamco continues to hold the lead and moves into the toe to bar. And I'll tell you, they haven't slowed down yet. Like there's not this point where you can kind of see them both step back and breathe real heavy. They just move straight into it and are ripping off a major set of toes to bar as the responders are coming up right behind them with Ryan Anderson. Ryan Anderson, notably last year's MFC 35 to 39 champion. And I think the only event that he didn't win was the event that he actually wound up hurting himself on the last one. So he is really anchoring the responders. Now there's currently only 2 teams on the toe to bar. Ryan Anderson ripped off a large chunk. CrossFit Hamco ripped off a large chunk. There's a decent chance that both of these teams may actually be trying to go 2 sets on the toes to bar. Now joined in lane 7, I believe, by Mayhem Masters. So we'll see how that goes. They're listed as independent, so I don't know if that's if they're Mayhem Programming, independent gym, or however it functions. Or maybe they're just wanting to give Rich a call and say, hey, Rich, give us a phone call, buddy. That might be it. So we have in lane 18, Threat Level Midnight has joined the toe to bar party, moved out of those wall balls, and we have, I'll tell you what, yeah, they did. CrossFit Hamco and the responders both went 2 sets on the toe to bar and are now back to the wall balls. This is going to be really interesting if they come off this close onto the box step overs and onto the rower, kind of like what we saw with the 40 to 49 ladies. We have several teams show up and just have to go head to head for what was a very painful 2.5 minutes. We got Maverick from CrossFit Conjugate is joined on the toe to bar as well. Lane 5, we got Masters of the Prouseverse. They're from CrossFit Prouse. So I guess the Prouseverse. And so as they come off and we see CrossFit Hamco makes another smooth transition real quick with the responders down as well. CrossFit Hamco now moves to the dumbbell step overs, so sets it up, gets that back rack as he's just trying to start getting some reps before they're joined by the responders. And let's see if anybody else has snuck in here on these wall balls. The responders come off and go straight to the dumbbell, get it set up. And so once again, we see a difference in technique. One goes across the back, one goes over the shoulder. But I'll tell you, CrossFit Hamco definitely has a little bit quicker of a pace right now. Heath, so when we're talking about the way that you set up the dumbbell on your shoulder, is there one you prefer? Is there a reason for doing one over the other?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that, Kyle. So I'm watching 2 different strategies here. We've got CrossFit Hamco with it all the way on their back, and then we got the responders with it on one shoulder. In a team workout, I think having it on one shoulder is the way to go, just so you can get it on and off quicker. But I like how both of these teams have it on their body. Keeping that weight over the center of your body, center of mass, I think is an efficient way to do this. Now, I saw some other teams that were very successful holding it farmer carry style. I don't think there was a recommended way. I think you could hold it anyway as long as it's off the ground. But to answer your question, I think on your shoulder is probably the way to go. But we're going to find out, right? It's how much pain can you endure at this point? We're at the back half of this workout. We know what you have to do, and now we have the team moving the box. The team that had it all the way on their back seems to be moving a little faster.
Yeah, so CrossFit Hamco has moved up into their second set, but the responders appear to have made up a little bit of ground. I'll tell you, so the responders, when Ryan Anderson took the dumbbell, he has not put it down, and he is moving. So it's going to be interesting. We also have Threat Level Midnight has joined on the box. Mayhem Masters has also joined on the box. So we're seeing a little bit now where some of these teams that were a little bit behind at first are maybe starting to catch up, at least starting to put some pressure on CrossFit Hamco. at the moment, it looks like it's a two-horse race between the Responders and CrossFit Hamco. But you know what? You got the Mayhem Masters and Threat Level Midnight that I think will be in a race for themselves. And the best part about this is that the Responders in CrossFit, the Mayhem Masters and Threat Level Midnight, boy, I got tongue-tied there, they're basically across the floor from each other. They're going to be able to look at each other. They're not going to know where they are, but they're going to be able to look at each other as they're doing this. So I can only imagine how hard this can push. We've got CrossFit Hamco now hops on the rower as the Responders have less than 5 reps left. And so now here we go. This is where it's going to become quite the issue. And I don't mean to keep talking about him, but I've known him for a long time. I got to admit, whenever Ryan Anderson gets on that rower, I'm having a hard time seeing that rower leaving in one piece. Ryan is a very powerful athlete, very strong.
No, I agree with you, Kyle. I hope that the equipment crew, and I know they did, check the chain on that rower because I think it's about to be tested. We both know Ryan really well. He's a highway patrol there in West Virginia. He's about to rip the handle off this thing. And not to say the other guys aren't, but it's going to be fun to watch.
Yes, it certainly will. So fifth to the box, was SMCF, South Mountain Community Fitness. They were there. We now have in lane 20, we've got what the hell do we do? What the hell do we do moving to the box? I think right now you should just be stepping over that box, trying not to count too much. That's what the hell we do. So, all right, 24 for the calories for the Responders. Got CrossFit Hamco is at 30 cals. So Hamco and the Responders, and so we'll see how this goes. Ryan Anderson has a long pull right now. This is going to be a tough one to go. So you've got Threat Level Midnight has moved to the rower. You've got Mayhem Masters on the rower as well. 5 calories. Oh my gosh! So they both the Responders are just ahead. Oh man! And so CrossFit Hamco is switching. The Responders are finished. Boy, they made that 50 cals look like nothing. That went quick. And so then you have CrossFit Hamco about to finish up. They wrap it up, take second on the event. Wow. Get on the mat. What a finish. Looks like, so with Threat Level Midnight and CrossFit Masters now, Mayhem Masters was just pointing over at Threat Level Midnight, letting his partner know where the person is that he needs to be beating. So they are looking at each other, trying to kind of gauge, I guess, how they're feeling with how the other person's feeling.
So one strategy here, if you're not rowing, you should be walking up and down, seeing where your competition's at. I don't think that's forbidden. I'm going to check out where everybody's at, let my partner know, kind of get in my brain what needs to be done. If you're within 2 or 3 calories of somebody, go get them, right? Right now you got to empty the tank, Kyle, and that looks like exactly what these guys are doing. Judging by the way these folks are rolling around, it doesn't tickle.
No. Yeah, I don't think tickle is the way that we would ever describe something like this. But so Threat Level Midnight looks like they're going to finish it off, take third in the event. Yeah, and they do. With Mayhem Masters still trying to finish this off. And now they have a hand in the air. Looks like he's got 1 cal left. So they wrap it up. They take fourth with a very tight, very close race. With the only team that is currently on the rower is in lane 6, Maverick out of CrossFit Conjugate. They're the only team on the rower. Now they are being joined in lane 8 by Primitive Apes. I'll tell you what, the Primitive Apes made up a lot of ground. The gentleman with the shirt on his shoulder, he put that dumbbell on that shirt, and he was basically jumping over the box with that dumbbell. I couldn't imagine doing that with a dumbbell, but he was flying with it. Now in lane 14, we've got SMCF on. They are getting on just behind the Apes, and so definitely going to be a pulling race, joined by Masters of the Prowsiverse. All right, so we're having lots of teams that are moving on to the rowers now. Team Manic also on the rowers in lane 17. And this is where life gets a little bit difficult because, obviously you have the teams at the front that were in the race, but you know what? There are currently 6 teams on the rower. If you've got 6 teams on the rower, you could go from finishing 5th to finishing 11th in the matter of about 10 seconds if you do not continue to push. And so, I'll tell you, Heath, it's difficult whenever maybe you've already watched several teams finish, and you realize they're way ahead of you, but now you've got to go and you've got to figure out, how do I give basically everything that I have left just to try not to finish 11th?
No, you're exactly right. You've got to shut out that voice that tells you to go easy. I think we all have it, but I don't think there's any athletes on the floor that listen to that voice. But I think they're being taunted right now. But you're right. You've just got to shut your brain off and just pull, right? And there's a strategy to rowing. You can't be reckless in rowing. You still got to be smooth. But that being said, you've got to give it all you have. You really just got to empty the tank here. Don't worry about the next workout. Don't worry about anything else. Focus on what you're doing and row.
Maverick finishes. Maverick, as we were talking, came across the lane. So definitely a nice finish for them, and I believe 5th. So SMCF got about 10 calories to go. I'll tell you what, the Primitive Apes are pulling on that rower. We've got a hand up in lane 9 with the Primitive Apes. Got a hand up with SMCF. This is that race that we were talking about. Who's going to be able to pull harder right at the end of this workout? Primitive Apes with 1 cal left. Who's going to get on the mat first? Oh, Primitive Apes finish, and SMCF still strapped in, just rolls over onto the mat. If that tells you how he's feeling. Down here in lane 5, we've got the Master of the Prossiverse just now finishing up. He's got to get out and get over. I tell you what, that is one of the more aggravating things about CrossFit, is being strapped into a machine, knowing all you've got to do is get unstrapped and get to the finish line, and you can't get that stupid strap off. Maybe you've been there before. I know I find myself there quite often. So coming to the close of this workout, we've got 3 teams left, less than 2 minutes. We've got Team Manic. Team Manic just finishes their final cal. In lane 20, we've got What the Hell Do We Do? I'll tell you, they seem to know what they're doing at the moment. I tell you, I love the funny names. And right now, What the Hell Did We Do is taking the cake. In lane 15, we've got SMCF2. So we've got 2 teams competing out of South Mountain Community Fitness. So SMCF2 is trying to finish up, pulling on the rower. So now we have 5 cows left for What the Hell Did We Do? SMCF trying to catch him, pulling on that rower hard. And What the Hell Did We Do finishes. We got 1 minute remaining. So trying to see 25 cows left for SMCF2. He's got 1 minute left. He looks like he's going to go for it. And this is the interesting part. This is in this division, you can see everybody. And so I'm not going to be the guy that says, oh, you should just take it easy. I mean, because obviously he's going for it. And that's why you're here, right? Like, when we do this, we talk about why we work out, why we compete. And, you know, if it's only to win, then when you get here, then yeah, the obvious answer is just to quit and take it easy. You know, I think about and this is a different setting, but you know, this isn't exactly like the pegboard that first time it came out of the games where you realize you can't do it, so you just sit down. I love how he's going at it.
As we wrap up this workout, I don't know who that young man was, but you're exactly right, Kyle. You came here to compete. You came here to leave it on the floor. That's exactly what you do. But also there's a little bit of gamemanship there. You know, you're sitting the rest of your competition. Yeah, I might be on the back end of this workout finishing-wise, but I'm going to be here all weekend. I'm going to give you all I got, and I'm going to show that. So you're not going to get anything less than the best. And that's what that young man did right there. I got a lot of respect for that guy.
Oh, yeah. So, so here's the deal, is it's funny that we were actually talking about him. So yesterday as we were doing check-ins, had an opportunity to talk to him. And so that is Sathaphone Sayamonkon. So, yeah, and if that sounded difficult to say, it's more difficult to read. But he helped me through it yesterday. And so, yeah, he did a wonderful, wonderful job. So just want to, great shout out to Ryan Anderson and Anthony Torres from the responders. Man, really did a great job there. But you know what? CrossFit Hamco, Keith Welch and Jason Korn really pushed them right to the very end. They really, responders had to make a huge push right at the end. Thanks largely in part to maybe the last 10 box step overs and the last 25 cows on the rower. CrossFit Hamco really had a great a great workout the whole time. They just got clipped right at the end, which nothing wrong with that. You know what? I'll take a second place any day at the first day of the competition. So now we've got the male teams 30 to 39 starting to take the floor as we head out.
At the Masters Fitness Collective.
So we've got a mixed heat here. We've got our 30 to 39 ladies and our 30 to 39 gentlemen. So really looking for a great heat here. I have to admit that as everyone was checking in yesterday, I was looking at these guys with a little bit of jealousy. Not jealousy because I wish that I do still wish that I was, you know, in a 30-year-old category, but jealousy because just the sheer size and the way that some of these guys look, these men and these women, you can really see the work that they've put in. You can really see the discipline and the training that they've got going on in their lives. And I'm really looking forward to this workout to kind of see how this turns out for everybody. So as we're about to get started here with the 30 to 39 divisions, in the women's division, in lane 4, we've got the Broadway girls out of CrossFit Trivium. Next to them in lane 5, we've got Ryan Fisher's Fan Club. In lane 6, we've got SI Fitness, once again out of CrossFit Hamco. So we'll see maybe if the Hamco men and women have some secrets that they've been sharing. And then in lane number 8, we've got 30, Flirty, and Thriving. That's going to trip me up more times than I care to count right now. And they're out of CrossFit 517. In the men's division, we've got Beer 30 in lane 12. Yes, it is. Thank you very much. We got Bernardo's Pizza in lane 13. We got Fort Bend Fit, lane 14, lane 15, BFC 2 Deep. Lane 16, we got 4 Barrel Dads. Lane 17, Sink and Swim. Lane 18, we've got the Meat Sweats. Lane 19, we got the B Team. Lane 20, we've got White Chicks. And lane 21, we've got the Flam Program out of Cincinnati with strength and conditioning. So I have to make sure I was reading that right. Looks like everybody's staying with a nice, easy pace on this first row. Looks like they're really making sure that they realize this is a back-end workout. And while we're waiting to see who comes off the rower, I just have to tell you that the Flam program, we have a wonderful beard on the rower currently. I always enjoy my good rower. So here we go. We have a ton of hands in the air now from the gentlemen. We have our first team off of the rower. First team is Bernardo's Pizza. Bernardo's Pizza, first one off the rower, quickly followed by basically the rest of the entire field. Everyone is moving together as everybody is moving up. Still waiting. The ladies are going to be coming off soon. And I'll say this 70-pound dumbbell does not look like a 70-pound dumbbell to any of these men on the floor currently. Really moving this well. As Bernardo's Pizza is the first to move up, but the Meat Sweats have come up very quickly. The meat sweats are making some ground and really are moving that dumbbell far quicker. So we have two ladies teams moving at the same time. Broadway Girls and Ryan Fisher's Fan Club, closely followed by 30 Flirty and Thriving. And now all four teams are on the dumbbell as they are moving very quickly through this. We have the men. The men have almost all the teams are moving into their last 2 rounds of the shoulder to overhead before they head off to the wall ball. And so we have Meat Sweats have now taken the lead. They're the first team to head to the wall ball, followed by Bernardo's Pizza. Oh, and we have one group. One group is a little bit confused. I think Sink and Swim looked like they were going for the toes to bar. Didn't realize they had to go to the wall ball first. Yeah, that's we appreciate it, but we are keeping count of your reps. So thank you very much. But no, come back and do the wall balls. We're not going to let you miss those. So down here in the women's division, that 50 is starting to do a little bit of work. Right now, the Broadway girls are moving through. They're about to move to the wall ball, but the dumbbell has been doing some work on these ladies as they are working with that 35-pound dumbbell. Excuse me, that 50-pound dumbbell. The 50-pound dumbbell. Having to lift that thing, you saw it. They started off hot and really slowed down. It'll be interesting to see how that fatigue level begins to affect them with this heavy wall ball. All of the male teams are now on the wall ball, waiting to see a hand up, waiting to see a team move to the toe-to bar and see how they approach the toe-to bar. In the male 40 to 49 division, we saw basically the top teams going 2 unbroken sets of toe-to bar, one partner switching off halfway through. It'll be interesting to see if they take the same thing. Meat Sweat still in the lead, heading to the toe-to bar. Great transitions. And now, next to the Meat Sweats, we've got Sink and Swim. Sink and Swim is over there right with them on the toe-to bar with Bernardo's Pizza hanging in tight as well. On the ladies' side, we've got 3 teams all within 1 reps of each other. These, I'll tell you, the toes to bar, or the transition of the toes to bar is going to be a major deal as the Broadway girls looks like had to corral that ball as it went. Looks like there might be a little confusion about numbers. It seemed like we had a couple of 2 teams that actually started to head to the toe to bar before they were ready. As now right below us, we've got the 30 to looks like the 30 to 39 divisions that are heading off on their runs. And it may actually just be the 35 to 39 divisions, actually. 35 to 39 divisions heading out on their run. So we'll be seeing them every now and then as they come through. So now we have 3 ladies teams all neck and neck. We've got the Broadway girls, Ryan Fisher's Fan Club, and the SI girls all going head-to-head on these toes to bar. We still have many of the men. We only have a couple of teams that are not on the toes to bar. Actually, I believe Sink and Swim, so Meat Sweats have moved back to the wall ball. Sink and Swim has actually taken the lead and moved off of the toe to bar and back onto the wall ball. You got Bernardo's Pizza down on the end is also moving through this very quickly as we see a lot of these teams are starting to move back to the wall balls. And it'll be interesting to see how they handle this set of wall balls as they head into the box stepovers.
So a really cool thing that they added this year was this same-sex teams, and it's been wildly popular. And watching it right now, I'm so glad they did it. 10-year age gap, or 9-year age gap. Just find somebody that falls in with you. A really key to a team. Yes, you have to both be great athletes, but there has to be chemistry there, and I think we've seen that play out so far in the competition. You see 2 great athletes go at it, but the chemistry wasn't there. The communication might not be there. And so they struggle a little bit. I'm sure that's going to work itself out over the weekend, but you see teams that are familiar with each other and have a strategy, communicating throughout the workout. That's really what separates you, because everybody's athletic here. Everybody's fit, right? but who can do the little things the best, right? I think that's what's going to make the difference over the course of the weekend, Kyle.
Absolutely. Well, and so you see on the ladies' side, the Broadway girls and SI Fitness, they have moved themselves into first place or a tie for first pretty solidly as they are starting to separate themselves from Ryan Fisher's fan club. But we'll see how Ryan Fisher's fan club does in the wall ball portion here. And so we have on the men's side, we've got Sink and Swim taking the lead now. They are 4 reps into their box step overs before the meat sweats get to the dumbbell, but also Bernardo's Pizza not giving up, hanging on to it. They are now moving in there as well. And interesting, okay, so this is a brand new one. You've got the meat sweats holding the dumbbell in a goblet position. I'm not sure what to say there, Heath. I'm not sure I would want to do a whole bunch of goblet step overs and then go do that rower.
It should make for a quick transition, but you're right. He's going to probably prove me wrong, but I think I would save those arms for that rower. But maybe he's going to do all the step overs. Let's find out.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll tell you, so his partner goes up to the shoulder. I will say this, though. They've got the racerback tanks on. He has plenty of arms to loan out. So it may not be that big of a deal for him. And it's what we've talked about, though, is utilize your strengths. And so if he can do that and move really quick, because he was moving very quickly through that, hopefully just kind of continue to hold on, continue to hang in there, see where this is, because Sink and Swim continues to hold a lead, but Meat Sweats trying to close that. Meat Sweats has now moved on to their second set. We have on the women's side, we've got Broadway girls moving through. They have the lead with SI Fitness coming through, and I'll tell you, the athlete on the box right now for SI Fitness is moving very quickly and very well, making that 50-pound dumbbell look like it's not too much of a 50-pound dumbbell.
It's fun to see the strategy on the box step over, not just how you hold the dumbbell, but how you step over the box. I think it's Broadway girls doing with the little kickball chain on top of the box. Seems to be pretty efficient. Some people do a pivot. Some people one leg over. Nothing's right. It's whatever works for you, but it's really fun to see how that plays out.
Absolutely, and I think that is a big one, especially with some of these movements where there is so much variation. There's only one way to do an overhead squat, but when you start talking about when you have the ability to choose how am I going to hold the dumbbell, how am I going to step over the box, so we have Sink and Swim moving to the box. Looks like they've got about a 4 or 5 rep lead on the meat sweats. So now we've got Sink and Swim and Meat Sweats both on the rower. Sink and Swim has been on there for a little bit longer, but you never know how this goes. Okay, so now and we have a new team who's hopped into this. We've got BFC 2 Deep. BFC 2 Deep is hopping in and has taken over the lead from Bernardo's Pizza, or taking over that third spot. But we have Bernardo's Pizza and Beer 30 all get onto the rower at the same time. And then we also have in lane 20, White Chicks. White Chicks hops on at the same time. On the ladies' side, it looks like Broadway girls are now moving on to the rower. We'll see how far they get before anybody else joins them. But this is quite the race between, and I'll tell you what, Meat Sweats is pulling the tar out of the rower. He is getting on there and trying to catch up. It'll be interesting to see when hands go up here.
These ladies and gentlemen are pulling so hard. These Yeti chalk buckets might need to double as a puke bucket because they are going hard. And you're right. I think the strategy of the goblet squats doesn't look like it's bothering him. He's clearly been doing some curls for the girls because he's a fit young man.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Still waiting. Still waiting for a hand up. As teams are, this is an incredible race. Sink and Swim finishes off the heat win. Looks like Meat Sweats is going to take it. Oh my gosh! No, wait a minute. Number 15 in lane 15, BCF 2 Deep takes the second place over Meat Sweats. BCF, who we weren't even talking about until they got off of the box, jumps over Meat Sweats, who had a solid 10 or 15 second lead on. That's some pulling on the rower right there. Oh boy, they were hurting now. They had lots of pain on the floor. As the top 3 ladies teams are all on the rower, looks like Broadway girls are switching off. We've got Bernardo's Pizza just finishes up on the, or no, excuse me, that's Bernardo's Pizza just finishes up on the rower, and then just under them is Fort Bend Fit, also finishes just behind Bernardo's Pizza. So much action in such a little bit of time, trying to keep up with all of it as they're finishing. In lane 20, we got White Chicks have finished. Yeah, Heath just mentioned that they are rowing 50 cows in less than 2 minutes, and that is unbelievable. Unbelievable, as they are just doing damage to these rowers. Someone from Concept 2 is going to need to come out here and make sure these rowers are okay after this heat. And so then in lane 16, you got Four Barrel Dads finish up. Nope, they were just switching. Four Barrel Dads was just switching. Now we've got Broadway Girls. Broadway Girls looks like they're about to finish up. They're the only team with a hand up. As we just can't get that last calorie to tick over. It's always that last one, isn't it? And now, as Broadway Girls take the heat win. Very nice. So we got Beer 30 in lane 12, trying to work on those step overs, trying to make a little bit of ground up. You've got SI Fitness with a hand in the air for the ladies. Looks like they're going to finish up. They're going to take the second spot in this heat, in this division. So just three male teams on the rower, one more on the dumbbell step over as we're trying to take that. Around the outside, we've got the 35 to 39 groups are making their run. They're in the middle of their mile-long run with that sandbag, and I'll tell you what, one of the difficult things about these sandbags, as Ryan Fisher's fan club is just now finishing up on the road, they're going to take third in the heat. One of the difficult things about these sandbags is the way that it forces you to almost have to slouch as you run. The sandbags have the handles, so that way you can hold on to them, but I'm seeing a lot of people with their head down, their shoulders forward. That's really going to make it difficult as you get further into the run. So 30, Flirty, and Thriving is now on the rower. They're the last team on the rower. They're going to be finishing this up pretty quick. Four Barrel Dads and the Flam program.
Beer 30. And our final team to make it to the rower is
So we've got the B team and Beer 30 are finishing up, as we've got Four Barrel Dads now hopping off of the rower. So got less than a minute to go as 30, Flirty, and Thriving, the B team, and Beer 30 are trying to finish up. And I'll tell you what, Beer 30 is pulling on the rower. They are earning whatever choice of beverage they're going to have later, because he is doing some work to it.
You know, Kyle, this is the third year that we've seen Chop It Down. We haven't never seen this version, but CJ Martin did the programming for the last 3 years, and he hit another home run. I think this workout should be a staple at the Masters Fitness Collective going forward. I really don't know if I like the individual version or the team version better, but I tell you what, they're both fun to watch.
Well, I'll say this: if Chop It Down becomes a staple of the Masters Fitness Collective Championship, then I sure hope that I'm a staple in the booth, because I never want to do that workout again. I said earlier you couldn't pay me to do it again. That would be one of those that will keep me in the booth as long as I can. So the B team now wrapping up. The B team and 30, Flirty, and Thriving both finishing up, trying to knock off these cows before we get to the time cap.
All right, final 10 calories in lane 19. We have just over 1 minute, Ryan.
1 minute left. 1 minute left for the B team. 5 cows, just trying to knock this out. 30, Flirty, and Thriving. Both teams have a crowd gathering around them, urging them to finish this off. So the B team's gonna close it out. 30, flirty, and thriving, doing the same thing, really trying to get as many cows in as they can. See if they can finish this workout. She's got 5 cows left as she's trying to knock this out before the time limit.
4 calories left to go. Looking to beat this time cap. We've got 30 seconds left. Let's bring her home.
30 seconds left. 1 cow. Looks like she's going to be able to get it. And so everyone in the 30 to 39 division finishes off this workout within the time cap, and that concludes the very first event for the team division here at Masters Fitness Collective. And I got to tell you, after just watching one event, I'm going to go ahead and call this a massive success from the excitement, from the programming, from the athletes that are on the floor. Really an impressive showing, and excited to see how this plays out for the rest of the week.
No, I couldn't agree with you more, Kyle. I think we thought it was going to be a success, but after watching it, it was absolutely a home run. I'm anxious to visit with some of these competitors, obviously after they catch their breath and peel themselves off the floor. But, yeah, I think going forward, you're going to see this team thing grow. You know, maybe mixed teams, maybe teams of 3. I'm not sure, but I love it. It was fun.
It absolutely was fun. And so now as we are finished with the team events, we still have the run going on around the stadium as we have our 35 to 39 divisions. It appears to be Elite and RX, both running without the sandbag. So we've got a lot of them that are just now dropping off the sandbag as they are moving through this workout, moving around and outside of the stadium. We got Aaron Huchin right below us as he continues to run, continues to push forward. Lots of these athletes really looking good in their cadence, looking good in their stride. I got to tell you, after 2 miles, one of which with a sandbag on your shoulders, I'm incredibly impressed by the way that they look. But not only that, see, let me tell you about that sandbag. The sandbag was not an ordinary sandbag. It was for the guys, it is a 70-pound sandbag, and for the ladies, it is a 50-pound sandbag. So to be thinking about that these guys are now on their 3rd mile after carrying a 70-pound or a 50-pound sandbag for 1 mile is quite the thought. As you see all of the, and not just from a running perspective, think about the needs of the equipment perspective. All of these people, all of those sandbags that you see over there on the Victory Grips spectator stage is pretty amazing. How it's all functioning, how it's all going, and just the way that they're handling the runs with Kyle Ruth coming underneath us. Kyle Ruth, the inaugural 30 to 35 to 39 champion at Masters Fitness Collective in 2020. Obviously a great cardio athlete, and we're going to get a chance to see him in the pool a little bit later, where he really thrives, but really running well. And so now, just as we're seeing this, trying to figure out exactly how far in these athletes are, who is on what lap. Obviously, when you start running circles, the games have showed us that things can get confusing. No such problems here, though. We've got counters and timers and everybody, so we always know where we are. But really moving in and starting to see a little bit of the pain face at times. I think we're seeing a little bit of that. So now at the moment in the booth, we are joined by 40 to 44 athlete Rin Bourgeois. Rin just finished up the run that we're talking about. Rin, let me tell you something. What is the most difficult part of the run? Was it the mile with the sandbag, or was the mile after the sandbag more difficult than you thought?
I think the mile with the sandbag was definitely the hardest part. As far as the course itself, really it's transitions and understanding lines. A lot of times when you run, if you watch the athletes, they're kind of bobbing and weaving all over the place. But typically when you're going to run a course like this, you want to have a straight line from cone to cone. So if you check out how the athletes are running, some that are more experienced are running lines and others aren't. And where you'll experience a lot of issues is on the outside portion of the course when you have to actually transition around the cones themselves.
So tell me about the outside portion. So we don't have a camera out there, so we haven't had a chance to see outside yet. So we obviously see the square that we have in here. What happens once you go outside?
So as soon as you go outside, you have like a straight shot, and then you end up going to the right that ends up into an uphill. So you have about 100 to 150 meters of uphill, and then you have to wrap around a cone, which is basically a downhill about another maybe 100 meters that turns into another cone where you wrap around, and then there's a straight line that you should take that brings you back into the building. So once you come back in the building, there's sharp turns right as you get immediately into the right as you turn immediately into the building, and then right as you come out of the tunnel on the side where you're seeing the athletes come in and out of.
Very nice. So we're starting to see some athletes finishing now, really coming in at 100%. I think we've had 5 or 6 athletes now finish. They fall to the floor. Their friends that are outside the tape line actually drag them back under the tape line to keep them out of harm's way. But so starting to see large groups and lots of sprints to the finish based on. This looks like this may be our first and second place finishers in the ladies division, with taking the lead right at the end. They have numbers on for the purpose of judges. You'll forgive me, we don't have those numbers up here, but really a great race. As now Ian Schnelly finishes, comes across, and we've got an absolute sprint to the finish with an orange streak coming. Oh my goodness, what a finish that was. So Ren, tell me something. When you took the sandbag off of your shoulders, was it a relief, or was it hard to get those legs working again?
It felt like I had just lost 150 pounds. It was amazing. I had a good burst of adrenaline, and it was glorious dropping that sandbag.
Absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
So y'all keep talking about the sandbag. The sandbags weigh 70 and 50 pounds, correct? Bear with me here. They only weigh 70 and 50 pounds one time, and that's when you pick them up. Over the course of the run, I'm going to ask Ren here in a second, it's got to start weighing 200 pounds. And as he mentioned, when it comes off your back, you weigh 150 pounds less. So my question to Ren would be, when you had the sandbag, were you trying to pass people, or were you just trying to maintain? Is there an opportunity to pass folks and mow people down, or did you know your opportunity was going to come when you put that sandbag down?
So for me, I had no issues. I had a shuffle, right? And I feel like if you watch a lot of the athletes when they run, they either try to run with the sandbag like you would typically run, or you shuffle with it. And so I had a shuffle, and to me, I just shuffled the whole way and found opportunities to pass athletes, right? As you start, everybody feels a different way about the sandbag, and you just feel it out for the first lap. And then from there, it was just a matter of just going. At one point, I looked down, and then the next point I looked up, and I was passing athletes. So it wasn't like I was actively trying to pass athletes, but I just feel like my cadence was what really kind of set me apart from the other athletes.
Yeah, to each his own, but it appeared your strategy worked. I couldn't tell, but it looked like you finished the top of your heat. Were you happy with your performance today, Ren?
Well, so I have a bum ankle, so absolutely. It was a big win, for sure, yeah.
That's good. So I know Kyle touched on it earlier, transitioning from inside to outside, outside to back inside. Besides running tight sight lines, you see runners running with their eyes down and making that mistake, as you mentioned earlier, rounding corners. Over 3 miles, it makes a big difference. What other little things, what other game within the game or strategies did you have out there besides just running straight lines?
So for me, I really try to focus on my breathing. Typically, when I start to hurt and I'm running, I focus mostly on breathing in and out through my belly. This is just something that I've learned to do from doing a lot of Zone 2 work. I think that, if you're a runner, well, with anything we do in CrossFit, it's about seat time. So the more that you spend time running, the more you're going to learn how to get comfortable with your body. That's me personally, and I feel like breathing is a huge component of what we do as athletes in CrossFit, and I think that we should leverage it more. And that's what's been really the difference for me, especially with running, not having to, if I get to a dark place, I always go back to focus on your breathing. That's what's helped me a lot.
Well, again, I think you did great. Appreciate you. Kyle, thanks for letting me join you in the booth. I want to say hi to my kids, Ty and Tatum Moody. Hi, honey. But thanks. Hopefully you'll invite me back up.
Oh, always. Absolutely wonderful. Heath, thanks, man. Ren, thank you so much for joining us, man. I think we're going to be heading back down, taking a little bit of a look at the athletes as we've got several of them that are finishing up now from the run. We're going to be starting some more run here in a little bit, but I'm really excited for what's coming up in a little bit. We've got at the pool, we're going to be going through an elimination style swim event, something that you have heard people throughout CrossFit talk about time and time again, and has not been implemented to this point, but now we're going to see that we're going to be eliminating people every round as you go through. And so recovery is going to be incredibly important. How much have you been training recovery, and how much have you been training the ability to produce at a high rate while you are under high levels of fatigue? So really excited for what is coming, and really looking forward to some more of the athletes as we run and as we get ready. Perfect.